tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa along with Elder Lawya here. We have all the elders on standby that's right, as the powers that be dismantles the republic. We have all the elders on standby. We have Shabbat on standby, who's going to call in around 8:30. We're here. And brothers and sisters, this is everything the Most High have been showing us will happen. You are a living prophecy in what's going on right now. Should you be afraid? Are you confused? Do you know not what to do? Well, guess what? That's why, Elder Lawya, a lot of the brothers and sisters are here this evening.
Yes, sir.
What you're not hearing out there much anymore is that we're conspiracy theorists. I'm not hearing too much of the conspiracy stuff anymore. It went from they're conspiracy theorists to the point where it's now, well, it has to be approved through fact checking. It's not conspiracy theory, but if it's not the mainstream narrative, you must now screen truth, quote unquote, through the fact checkers. Folks, what's going on right now? Right? I'm going to have Elder Lawya. We have brothers that are in the Washington, D.C. area that's going to be giving us in-depth reports on what's really going on. I've been working with this since I've heard what's been going on today. And brothers and sisters, we're going to resolve exactly what's happening with this theater. And make no bones about it. Everything that's happening in Washington, Washington, D.C. right now is theater being played from both sides of the aisle. But I said it. What did I say? What did I tell you? I told you when they was talking about the mail-in ballots due to the so-called Code 45 coronavirus, that they wanted to do mail-in ballots because they knew there was really not that much public support for Joe Biden, that they're going to do all types of things to rig the election, which will further split the country. Now, I know people think that I'm for Trump. No. I know the narrative. I know what they're doing. They divided the country initially through the police brutality against a black man, and they was blowing this thing up, George Floyd, all over the earth as if they care about black men. And I'm going to prove to you they don't care about black men in a moment. But it was a cause that racial divide. Then at the same time, the Code 45, Smith's Malt Liquor Bull, Wuhan China virus jumped from China into North Philly, and now black people have a problem all of a sudden. Elder Lawya, a convenient disease that would pop up during an election cycle so that people who normally go in to actually vote cannot. Well, I mean, it's so convenient. So no. So mail-in ballots. Everybody mail it in. Let's mail it in. Now, the reason why I know that, allegedly that something could have happened is why. Allegedly it could have happened because no one in their mother can tell me that Biden received more votes than Barack Hussein Obama. That would be an impossibility. He didn't even run. He was in the basement 75% of his campaign. So now, the Republicans on the other side of the aisle, because guess what? Red and blue are playing against the middle. On the other side, they have now the moral high ground with all the investigations they've been doing to show that, yes, some of these things allegedly isn't shaking out like CNN was reporting. That something is awry here. So he played all his cards. He began to roll out and have his legal team work overnight. And, suing and going into court in all these different states, running down all the tickers that would lead to the Insurrection Act as we are today here, the same day, Elder Lawya, that the Electoral College Committee signs off on their rule, Joe Biden as president. And now they say it on the news that the Electoral College stamping Joe Biden, that whole thing, him being certified, has been pushed off because of the Capitol storming. They cannot certify Joe Biden, which will further erode or fracture the country. Right? See, but what they didn't tell you the whole time is through the riots and all that led up to today, they were strategically putting military in position in different parts of Washington state during the riots. All the major cities, due to the riots running up to this time, already have the military there. And then the mayor of D.C. deploys the National Guard. So that means you thought the military went somewhere when they were deployed for the riots in major cities this year? You thought that went somewhere? No. They stayed pat. Folks, here we go. But the children of the Most High are not subjected to this theater if you understand it and get under the hedge of the Almighty. Now, and see, I wasn't going to make our whole broadcast off of this, but it's deep how things just, come together, spiritually come together all at once. They're dismantling the republic as we speak. And brothers and sisters, I need y'all to understand, this all began early this year in March when they told us that we would only have to wear masks for 2 weeks. it seems like when they rolled out whatever script they did after their meetings over in Europe, it's been one bad thing after the other nonstop. There have been no rest on the earth's population, on the people. It seems as if we're under attack.
Yes, sir.
Right, Lawya? Doesn't it seem like that?
Yes, sir.
So how do you resolve this? It seems like we're just under this inundated attack, spiritually, mentally, financially, all at once, and no one can actually resolve what this is. That's why some people, even if you don't believe in what we've been teaching, even if you thought that maybe the doctrine was this, that, and the other, we have people coming out of the woodworks now that even if they don't believe absolutely what we're teaching, they're here to understand what's going on. Why? Because it wasn't too many people in the earth talking about this. Okay? From the beginning of this ministry, when YouTube first rolled out, we were breaking down the King Alfred plan, Elder Lawya. The Rex 84 plan. How they're going to divide the country into 10 separate colonies under 10 separate governors. A plan they was looking to roll out, boom, in the 60s, in fear that the black people were going to actually overrun the government. But the Civil Rights Act pushed them back. They were like, okay, through the Civil Rights Act, we'll just infiltrate them. And that leads us to our broadcast this evening to resolve what's going on. Elder Lawya, anything you have to say before I start jumping it off here?
No, sir. No, sir. Let's get into it.
Jump in at any time. Thank you, Elder Gabar, for everything you do. Get the people ready there. Shapat, I need you to come in because I know this news is going to be off the chains for the Academy. I'm going to tell you this. I told the elders, I told the deacons, everyone, listen, regardless of what they're doing, kingdom builders, business as usual. We're going to do what we need to do, and we're going to warn the people, and then we're going to let people know at the end of this and make sure I don't forget this, because sometimes there's so many things on the table, I may leave something out there.
Yes, sir.
At the end of this, Elder Lawya, I need you to remind me of, at the end, what do we suggest people do who are not a part of the church, or who that people that we can't get to? And what are we doing for those who are looking to be a part of the church once we open up baptisms? Make sure we're going to end it with those things, right? You have it?
Yes, sir.
Now, all right, let's go. Hold tight, Gabar. I'm going to text you when I'm ready for you to come in through Zoom. We're going to have Zoom ready. I have a video here. Hold on. Let me make sure I have it here. All right. That just came in from. That just came in. One moment. I have a video that just came in. One moment here. Stick with me. From AC. I should have had it queued up, but I received phone calls. So many things are going. I apologize. Just bear with me, brothers and sisters. Bear with me. Hold on. Oh. 1 second. What is their end game with all this theater? What is the end game? Hold on 1 second. Let me bring this in. This is theater played on either side of the aisle, and if you get caught up emotionally into either side, you'll be totally deceived and distracted and moved outside of the Most High's parameters, outside of the protection. And that's what Satan is now banking on. Hold on. Let me get it here. Stick with me here. And it's hot up in here. Turn down the heat a little bit. Yeah. Just a little bit. I'm going to play a video for you, brothers and sisters. I need y'all to see this. Yeah. Need y'all to see this. Here it is. Okay, there we go. One moment. Bear with me. The Luciferian control over the earth is the name of this particular lesson here. All right, where is it? Oh, there it is right here. Hold on. One second. Here it comes now. File saved. We got it. We have it here. Save as. Okay, there it is. Look at this, brothers. I need y'all to check this out. I apologize. Stick with me. There it is. There it is. Open with. Stick with me, folks. Don't go anywhere. One second. Open with. There it is. I have it now. Boom. Got it. Look at your screens. I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Windows. There it is. This is Elder Rawchaa. Exposes the Rockefellers concerning what happened September the 11th, 2001, and what the end game was for the wars over in the Middle East. I need you all to hear this, how it was foretold a long time ago from inside of the elite powers what they were planning to do at the end of the wars of the Middle East. They would begin to come against the citizens within the United States. Listen to this. I hope it plays. I hope it plays here. One moment. Check this out, Lawya.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is getting me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip, and you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what you sell.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people. And you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
Eric, can you be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions?
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I had made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event. And out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, you know, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened. And I remember he was telling me how how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places. And there's going to be this war on terror, which is no real enemy. And the whole thing is a giant hoax, you know, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror. And he's just laughing. There's no... Who are we fighting? I mean, why do you think 9/11 happened and then nothing's happened since then? Do you think that our security is so great here that these people who pulled off 9/11, who were able to, can't knock down another plane? Come on, it's ridiculous. 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. And that's why and that was the first lie. And the next lie was going into Iraq, you know, to get Saddam Hussein out with his weapons of mass destruction. That was the next lie.
Now, specifically, this was a little over 6 years ago.
This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right, an endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy? It just goes on and on.
Yeah, because you can't define a winner. There's no one who's on to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scared the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase. But the truth has to come out. That's why I'm doing this interview. The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. Yeah, there's a war going on in Iraq because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, you know. But the war on terror, that's a joke, you know. And until we discover what really happened on 9/11 and who was responsible for 9/11, because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
Aaron, you said that he was, and I think it's important, and I know this about the Rockefellers from Dr. Dennis Cuddy and many others who literally, you'll be 20 years old in a lunch line at college, and no, there's David Rockefeller. And here's here, I mean, they're experts at recruiting and getting what they call players, and that clearly he was, I mean, I want to make it specific and just get you to reiterate what you said last night about you got 30% of the vote, you were having an effect, you made mad as hell, they knew that you'd started the Constitution Party,
Yeah.
they knew that you were somebody who was taking action and getting things done. You'd already made some big films, had a lot of other successes.
Right.
So they were trying to recruit you, and didn't it come down to the point of, hey, we are here to recruit you, and don't worry, your chip's going to say, don't mess with us. This guy's don't touch.
Yeah, yes, that did happen. I was definitely being recruited, but it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the process, and then what he said.
Well, what it is remember we were friends, and we used to come to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd tell me about business investments, how you get involved in, or they would help me with this business investment or that business investment. And was I interested in joining the Council on Foreign Relations? I would have to get a letter to join them, but was I interested in that? And just stuff, leading you on. And I used to say to him that I never really did that because that wasn't where I was coming from. As much as I like you, Nick, your ways and my ways we're on the opposite side of the fence. I don't believe in enslaving people.
And he would come back with, "Oh, I do." Or,
well, it would be more like
it's better for them.
Well, it's more like how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. It was just a lack of caring, and that's just not who I was. It was just sort of like cold, it was just like cold, and I used to say to him, what's the point of all this? You have all the money in the world you need. You have all the power you need. What's the point? What's the end goal? And he said the end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society, to have the bankers, the elite people, the bankers and some governor controlling the world. And I said, all the people in the Council on Foreign Relations believe this way you do? He said, no. Most of them believe they're doing the right thing. A lot of them believe it's better off being socialistic. We have to convince people that socialism is really capitalism. Because America's becoming a socialist country. It's a communist country today. Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote. And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded Women's Lib, and we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He says, there were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before Women's Lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up their family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for Women's Lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. When I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble adventure.
Brothers and sisters, this is the
Okay.
brothers and sisters. Unfortunately, a little time after this, Aaron Rawchaa passed under some mysterious circumstances. Aaron Rawchaa passed after dropping this. Okay, he sent something to my private message. All right. Hold on. We got Gabar just operating. We got to make sure.
It's good stuff.
It's some live stuff going on here as they dismantle the republic. I got elders here. I got people overseas. This is the broadcast you will want to be a part of while this is happening. Yes, Elder Gabar, you got some stuff. Where did you send it?
I'm so sorry, Elder. I didn't know you was on. Okay, this is what I've got. I sent you all the pictures. Many of the people that were protesting are actually on Antifa undercover, and I got the receipts. I sent it to you via email and Skype.
Whoa. Hey, hold tight because I got some stuff too. Oh, Antifa, alleged, Black Lives Matter, a lot of them are behind them storming the Capitol so that they can cause an insurrection and making people believe that it's Trump and those others, right?
I got the receipts, Elder. I sent it to you.
You got the receipts. Well, you're going to break down the receipts. Hold those tight because we're going to have 15-minute segment, Elder Gabar, strictly on that. You're the man. I'm going to call you back in a moment. Praise the Most High. Hey, you know what? One thing about when you're dealing with the doctrine of Christ and have the understanding of this Bible, everything begin to make sense. You can resolve what's actually happening and through that save your family from the dark cloud of confusion that Satan uses to destroy us. So I thank the Most High for the light to be able to see. The whole earth is being controlled by secret societies, and the Most High through Christ gave us an insight to how these beings, how these powers operate. They must operate in secret. I'm going to go there in a moment, but let me start off with the monologue. We have a lot to unpack today, and I know this is going to roll all the way into the Academy Sunday. I mean, anyway, let me start with the monologue, and we can go after that. Our broadcast today, I'm glad you all are here. Brothers and sisters, hit the like button so that we can move these numbers up so that brothers and sisters can see exactly what's going on in the earth right now. That's right. A dismantling of the republic, which was prophesied out of the Bible. And at the same time, like I showed Aaron Russo, there have been many people out there telling you that there were some people working behind closed doors, trusted politicians who would progress this imposition against the population. Listen to this. Our broadcast, Luciferian control of the earth. The secret satanic controller's plan against the world has now been accomplished by them infiltrating our most sacred place, our temples and our minds. The Scottish and York rites of the Freemasons, established by Roman Jesuits, hatched a plan a long time ago that, if discovered, it would have aligned the masses, men, women, and children of the world against them. But listen clearly. A war that they would have definitely lost if we would have known their plan against us. These high intellects would then use time and use their schools, their psychology, which is a weapon, and the infiltration of the Christian church, along with satanic learning houses called schools, to change strong spiritual people of God into liberals. Liberal, free-thinking enemies of God. That's what their plan. To do what? To change our moral codes, to rewire our morals. Now listen, and make people everywhere enemies of God exposed. And now, folks, we're here. We're here. The earth is on its knees wearing masks, in full submission, without a hope and without a God. But wait, don't worry. The Satanists who have always operated behind the scenes has the answer for you. Follow the light-bearing, cross-dressing Lucifer. Listen, hand over your children. Hand over your lives. Wear a mask. Lucifer will become your God, coming out from behind the shadows. The question is what you're going to do. It's like he lured all people out by fulfilling your desires. But the whole time we should have been on our knees, praying to the Most High, asking him for forgiveness, asking him to shelter us in that time of trouble. But no, we were having a good time, partying like it was 1999, as if the earth wasn't going to stop. And it's very few people with answers right now. And I thank the Most High that he's given us eyes to see and ears to hear. How much more, brothers and sisters, we all need to see before we come back to the Most High. They're dismantling the republic right from under you because they can't stop the awakening. They cannot stop it. And because of this, Satan have empowered all his ministers, his politicians, to gain full control publicly over the earth. Elder Lawya, let's go to John 3:18.
St. John chapter 3 verse number 18.
Come on.
He that believeth on him is not condemned.
He that believeth on the Messiah. If you never believed before, it's time to get to know him. Christ. It's time to get to know him. We can take you to the water, but we can't make you drink. We can take you to the water, but you must decide to go in and repent for your own sins. Read it again.
He that believeth on him is not condemned.
Is not condemned. Read.
But he that believeth not is condemned already.
Is condemned. You condemned already, because what choice do you have? What choice do you have now? A line is drawn in the sand, and Satan have pulled the lever, and through this lever, everyone on every side of the line has begun to fight one another. This was orchestrated to break the earth up into different ideologies with different political views, with different moral standings. Instead of us being the children who were saved on Noah's Ark, the children of God, Ham, Shem, and Japheth following the God of Adam, following the God of Seth. Satan have done something. Through his sorcery, he have allowed everyone in this earth to make themselves an idol of themselves. And now, hold up. He pulled the plug down and no one know what to do, because guess what? There's nothing you've learned in this earth, and none of us throughout all of our existence, that could prepare us for everything shutting down. Nothing. No one have ever, folks, this has never happened in the history of the earth. We're going to break down what it is and what to do. Finish reading, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already.
You're condemned already if you don't accept Christ.
Because he have not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God.
Yeshua is his name. Read.
And this is the condemnation.
And here's the condemnation.
That light is come into the world.
That light did come into the world. It shined on that darkness from the beginning. Lucifer and the fallen ones who would one day become gods of this world. Christ shined a light on them in the beginning, and the light is being shined on them now. Read.
And this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light.
But here's the problem. People love darkness rather than light. There's so many people out there who always knew that the Most High God existed and that he was real. But if you can put him in the back of your mind, if you can convince yourself and others he doesn't exist, you would think that by those thoughts, you could overt or put off the judgment for what you do in the dark. And people love what? They love darkness rather than light. It's also highlighting, folks, the secret societies. Because if they were right, they wouldn't have had to be secret. They had to do everything through the shadows, using their universities, their schools, infiltrating the church to create all we see in the earth today, chaos. And only when there's an earth in which no one can trust each other, can they come from behind the shadows, behind the curtains. Mm-hmm. But they had to break the trust of all people in the earth first. When you can't even trust the people in your home, you can't trust your own family, you can't trust anyone, and by default, you must trust who? The state. Those who are planning your demise, who hate family, who hate love, hate embracing, hate smiling, people smiling, hate people coming together, can't stand to see people happy. And this is why they've muzzled the whole earth under the Colt 45 virus. Listen to what I'm telling you. It's the secret society coming right out in front telling you, we're here now, we've always hated you, and there's nothing any of you can do about it. We have the camps ready, we have your armies, we have your family who have sworn an oath to our God to come against you. If people all woke up at once today and said, we're not participating, and say no, it would stop overnight. It's not as if these evildoers in the dark is actually executing anything. They're incentivizing and have divided families and using our own families to come against us, our own neighbors to come against us. Read that last part of the Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 19. And this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light.
Why?
Because their deeds were evil.
Because their deeds were evil. Because their deeds were what?
Were evil.
Were evil. That's why you have secret societies operating in the dark, because they know they're wrong. They know they're evil. The professors and the deans over these colleges who are a part of the Jesuit secret societies, over these universities, radicalizing our children against the moral standards they've learned in their homes. Read.
Verse number 20. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light,
hateth the true light, which is Christ,
neither cometh to the light, lest his deed should be reproved.
Lest his deed should be reproved. Read.
Verse 21. But he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest, that they are wrought in God.
That they are wrought in the Almighty. Folks, they're doing it right out, folks. There's a politician, I think he's a congressman from Kansas City. Okay? Right out the other day, and they're not hiding no more. They're coming out from under the shadows, because it was the clear sign for them that they can actually come out and just do their public allegiance to their Lucifer. When they pulled this out, and the freest country on earth complied without resistance. When they seen everyone in America submitting to a daily changing narrative without resistance, they knew that they could now come out and announce the God they worship in secret publicly. This whole year had been one big psyop. And you know what? They did it. It went off, Elder Lawya, without a hitch. Without a hitch and with no resistance. With no resistance, to a point where they said, well, okay, since the people haven't resisted so far, we told them to stay in for 2 weeks. And then we told them 3 months. Then we said, well, who knows? Then we say vaccine. Then there was riots. And then, and you know what? They never resisted our psyop one time. These so-called Christian-fearing, God-fearing people are submitting to our will. So now, why not just publicly on the Congress and Senate floor, on the Congress, just tell everyone and pray and thank our God for handing over the children of the earth to us. Look at your screen. Check your screen out. That's right. Check your screen out. Here it is. Cleaver concludes congressional prayer with a man, amen, and a woman. Amen and a woman. Elder Lawya, you seen this yet?
No, sir.
I'm going to let you hear this out in the open. Y'all want to talk about what's going on at the Capitol now. This was the chaos you see being released. Here's the prequel leading up to that. Okay. It tell you right here, Representative Emanuel Cleaver finished the first day congressional prayer of the new session with these words. I need you to hear these words, Elder Lawya. Check this prayer out, brothers and sisters, with your elected official who was also stirring people up at Black Lives Matters rallies all summer and all fall. This guy was standing out in front, George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, rallying our people up, the ignorant, into Satan's narrative, into his game. Check out his prayer. Elder Lawya, listen to this. You haven't seen this yet, huh?
No, sir.
I got a lot. We're going to unpack a lot of goodies here.
We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God, Brahma, and God known by many names, by many different faiths. A man and a woman. We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God, Brahma, and God known by many names, by many different faiths. A man and a woman. We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God.
Oh, our volume is down. I need you to, I'm sorry. Let me play it again. Elder Lawya, I'm sorry. Our volume was down. All right, listen to this.
We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God, Brahma, and God known by many names, by many different faiths. A man and a woman. We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God, Brahma, and God known by many names, by many different faiths. A man and a woman.
Wow.
You didn't see that, Elder Lawya.
No, sir. It's my first time seeing this.
You didn't see that. People don't understand how big this is. Elder Lawya, how many times we told people out there that Satan has many names, not our God? How many times have we said it?
Yes, sir. 1,000,000 times.
Here it is. This guy is supposed to be praying. He's in the same, contrite spirit of a pastor. Saying to the God Brahma? Who the Hades is Brahma? Who's this guy working for? Oh, I can show you who is Brahma. Yeah, folks, you knew we wasn't going to just let that go, right? Brahma. Brahma, an East Indian god. Okay. Now, if you have any children, please cover their ears because we have to break down who Brahma is. Because he said Brahma first. an East Indian god. Check this out. According to Saraswati Purans, Brahma created his beautiful daughter direct from his seminal fluid or semen. Okay? You can't make this stuff up. Here's Black Lives Matter. Here's your guys out there, your representatives who you're voting in strictly based off the color of their skin. In the Trinity theory of Hinduism, Lord Brahma is the creator of the universe. He married his goddess Saraswati, who was actually his daughter. Incest. Now, there's a lot of things going on here based on his bodily fluids that I can't even talk about tonight. But I'm just giving you a physical depiction, an illustration of the gods your representatives are submitting to publicly on the United States Capitol floor. Okay? Now, there's more. Right? I want y'all to see this, folks. There's more. Let me go here now. Let me go here. Albert Pike's 3 World War letter to Manzino. Albert Pike stated, now this letter was dated 1871, brothers and sisters. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that the political Zionism be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. So in 1871, they were dividing the world so that Esau could get Israel. Listen to this. During the Second World War, international communism strong enough in order to control Christendom. But the whole point is, at the end of this, he said that once he divide the earth with their plan using war, deception, that at the end, the people will actually accept Lucifer outright after they've destroyed all religions. Are we not here? Are we not here? I don't want to go into the full letter because how many times have this church, how many times have we brought out Albert Pike and his plan, getting unhatched right up under our noses? They no longer have to hide their true intentions. Why? Because we sat back and allowed the Satanist to do what? Look at your screen. Now, we people who believe in God, guess right, you no longer have a right to be offended by what they're doing to you, according to them. Mm-hmm. The only people who can have any level of an offense, Elder Lawya, are those that are perpetrating this assault on us. Folks, there was a movie not too long ago, years ago. It was a little cartoon anime that had this thing where it called Mars Attack. When Mars Attacked. You knew about that, Elder Lawya?
No, sir.
When Mars attacked, what they had was Martians coming down to actually kill the people in the earth. And the same time they're shooting them, they're saying, "We're come in peace. We come in peace." Killing them the same time with these antimatter weapons, saying, "No, you can stop. You don't have to run." And the people screaming and all over, but really they were being attacked while the Martians was telling them, "We mean you no harm. We come in peace." Folks, this is why the Luciferians believe that they can outright do what they do. Right? I don't know if you've seen this, Elder Lawya. Guess what? And this is associated with Black Lives Matter too. Here's a billboard they've put out in Houston, outright in Houston, the Satanists. They're introducing themselves. They're saying, listen, we've been here now. There's no stopping us. How can a God-fearing country allow this billboard? Pregnancy complications are the 6th most common cause of death among women between the ages of 20 and 34. Abortion saves lives. Our religious abortion ritual averts many state restrictions because it was really the covens, the witch covens. That's right. Along with the satanic churches dressed in, medical clothing, medical mocks, doing the abortions the whole time. And for some reason, the abortion clinics are disproportionately in black and brown neighborhoods. They've been sacrificing our children to Moloch. Abortion saves lives. They can outright just put in your face to give me your children. We've been killing your black babies. Here they go. Where's the resistance? Are your pastors saying anything? Are your preachers saying anything? No. They have been compromised. They've been destroyed with their do-it thou wilt doctrine. Well, we under grace. You can't judge. Man, it's as if Satanist is teaching from the pulpit himself. Just do as thou wilt. Continue to sin while we kill your babies. So you ask a pastor, is it okay for a Satanist to kill a baby? Isn't he under grace? Isn't he under grace? Folks, look at this. Abortion saves lives outright. And this is all connected also with Black Lives Matters, brothers and sisters, the Satanist temple, the Satan temple. Started here, 1871. Here you go. There's more. Satanic temple brings statue to Arkansas Capitol for Raleigh. Yeah, look at the children, the Baphomet. To a man and a woman. Outright in a so-called country that was built on Judeo-Christian values. That billboard, for those who don't know, brothers and sisters, is in Houston. They're outright front. And guess what? They're the only people, those that are actually attacking, molesting, and destroying our children. They're the only people in America right now who has the right to be offended. I want y'all to see something here. That's their god, Brahma. You see a lot of East Indians popping up? That's right. The ancient Babylonian gods has always been the gods over those of the secret societies. But guess what? You know what? Something is wrong here because it's only the letter people and Satanists has the right to get offended in our current society. If you have moral traditions and you want family, you don't have to have a right to complain about nothing. Satanists slapped Netflix with a $50 million lawsuit for misusing their goat head statue. I mean, if you're not going to stop, if they can bring you to your knees, what's to stop them from doing anything now? You running around, you're supposed to be God's people with no fear and faith, running around afraid of a disease that changes. The narrative of this disease changes every 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. Every 15 minutes, this thing changes, but you don't see nothing really happening to anyone around you. It was a brother, Elder Lawya. I was given this story, Elder Lawya. I seen a brother today. And he came up to me because, he lighted up and he put his hand out to shake my hand. So I'm like, well, okay. The brother knew me. I grew up around the brother. He tried to shake my hand, right? And I went to shake his hand and he went. I'm like, brother, listen. You can shake my hand. And a matter of fact, if anything, I'll give you $200 if something happened to you. And then right there, he snapped out of his trance and said, man, what am I thinking? And hugged me. I'm like, listen, if something happened to you, I'll give you some money. Okay? And he snapped out of it and say, man, this is crazy. And then he hugged me. It's like every day, it's like I'm standing, I am standing on my common sense logic stage to help as many people as I can. The world has gone mad. So I snapped him out of it. He's like, you know how it is, man. I'm like, you talking about the Colt 45? I'm like, no, brother. Embrace me. The disciples, the apostles would greet one another with a holy kiss. And only Satanists would do something like this. And guess what? You don't have a right to complain, but the Satanists who've been killing your children do. They does. They have the right. I want to show y'all one other thing here, right? One last thing. Here's a guy on your left. He's in the news right now, allegedly, and he stormed the Capitol building. But a few months ago, Elder Lawya, the same guy was at a Black Lives rally wearing the same outfit. Look, this is the guy that stormed the Capitol that they claim is a Republican. That they claim was a Republican causing chaos. He was a provocateur that they now claiming is a Republican who started things at the Capitol state floor, the Capitol steps. But really, it was the same guy from Black Lives Matter who's behind the provocation that's leading to the armed guards doing all that in Washington, D.C. right now. And hold up, is it you think it's a coincidence, Elder Lawya? He's wearing horns. He was a Democrat a few months ago, tearing stuff up in the name of Black Lives Matter. Now they're saying that he's a Republican who just stormed the steps and is causing trouble at the Capitol. You think it's a coincidence? They are sending a message to those who can see. Lucifer wants your family, they want your children, and there's nothing you can do because you're too weak to understand what's going on. You're too weak to understand what's going on. I'm about to open up the calls in a minute. A matter of fact, I don't know if I'm going to do blog talk because for some reason it's ticking down already. I may have to set up a new blog talk. Okay. Because it's ticking down already, so it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. I'll open up the conference call in case something happens. Oh, it's ticking down to when it starts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we good. Blog talk is good. But you know what? You know what it is right now. All right. Here it is. It tell you right here, Elder Lawya. Who started the chaos at the Capitol building today? The storming of the U.S. Capitol building today is now being pounced upon by the left-wing media to demonize Trump supporters as violent terrorists. Yet the same media outlets describe Antifa, Black Lives Matter violence as mostly peaceful. Even when those left-wing actors were hurling Molotov cocktails and wielding blinding lasers against law enforcement. Now, remember when black people were saying that there's provocateurs that's operating on their own behalf and they blamed it on black people? Remember that was happening? These same guys, Satanists, from witch covens, abortionists, people who have always killed people, drink the blood of children, are being used on either side to stoke the flames that would cause a serious chasm against blacks and whites. That's what's going on, folks. And when Trump went to those steps with the Confederate flag earlier, with his speech, folks, that was a silent message to the gun toting Americans on the red side who feels the election was stolen from them. It's about to be all out chaos. All out chaos. So let me do this real quick. Let me bring Elder Gabar in. I'm going to bring Elder Gabar in. We have some reports. Then we're going to jump right in. I'm going to make sure the phone calls are done. And let me roll this out before I bring him in. I think I have him here. Elder Gabar, I'm going to bring you in through Skype because I need to do many things. I'm going to bring you in through Skype. So, a matter of fact, let's see. Hold on. I'm going to admit Elder Gabar. And, okay, there you go. And I'm going to admit Shapat right now.
Okay, can you hear me, Elder?
I can hear you loud and clear. Hold on, let me get you on the screen so you can do some reporting. And on top of your reporting, I mean, we talked about it in the car on the way here. Elder Gabar, what's going on in the earth right now, brother, and I'm glad there was no other people I'd rather be amongst than my family.
Okay, can you hear me on that?
My family, which is my church family first, and the elders who have actually warred with us and have sowed in this ministry. There's no greater people. There's no other people I would rather be with in this moment than the circle, than the brothers and the sisters and the family and the church the Most High blessed us with. Okay? Because can you imagine being in this world and only being able to see this and have to go deal with all of this alone? Right. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine it. I got Shapat on the scene and I got Elder Gabar. Okay, so hold on, Shapat. Let me get Elder Gabar first and then I'll get you. Hold on. All right, let me bring them in. One moment. That's the devil right there, working on either side. All right. All right, let me see if I can bring. All right, one moment. Hold on. We need it. Real-time reporting right here for you. All right, yeah, let me get it. Lawya, can you imagine what's going down in the academy this Sunday?
Yes.
Because don't forget, when we're teaching here, everything we have to say is guarded. I mean, I can't imagine. I have Shapat that's going to come on and give us some insight to what we are to expect. This is weird. Look how weird that is. See that? This is supposed to be Zoom. It won't even come in. All right. Don't worry about it, Gabar. I'm going to do it another way. Both of you hang up. I'm going to bring you in first through Skype. Elder Gabar. Then I'm going to bring in Shapat through Skype. Let me do it another way because this thing is, I've never seen nothing like that. I'm looking at him here, but he's not showing out there.
Yeah, I can see it too. Yeah, there's some messages.
Yeah, the devil. That's what it is. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. And let me bring you, I'm going to hang up from this Zoom and I'm going to bring you in through Skype, okay? Real-time reporting what's really going on. So let me do it another way. All right. Hold tight. Man, let me tell you, this listen, historytimes.org. Historytimes.org, because there's no possible way we can go into the depths of what's going on and not get our channel taken down here. So if you want to hear the unfiltered news in the midst of them splitting up the country, we have to do it on platforms that still allow us to. So Ustream is one of those. So we're going to do it in the academy. We're still going to report and do what we can like today, but it's very guarded. We're straddling the line here with this. So hold tight, and let me grab him one moment. One second. I've never seen nothing like that before, but something weird happens almost every broadcast. All right, so I can bring him in this way. Okay, there he is. Okay, Elder Lawya, Elder Gabar, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Coming in.
All right. Okay, that I am fit behind you, looking nice. Nice studio. Let me bring you in, okay? All right, the water for all you do, man. Your picture just went out, so please bring your camera back. Oh, there you go. All right. All right, live reporting here. Let's see. Skype. Properties. Hold on. Hopefully it'll work, man. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work because sometimes when I'm live, things just go haywire for no reason. And they'll work as I test things well before my broadcast, everything works. As soon as I go on, it all breaks.
Yeah, as long as people could hear me, that'd be fine.
Well, we're going to try to do it this way first.
Okay.
And if not, you can just...
Those people could hear me. They don't have to see.
Okay. Gabar, talk to me. What's going on? All right.
Oh, okay. All right. But as you know, you already covered this. So there's several components on these riots. There are a lot of, and I sent you a bunch of pictures on your Skype, and I also emailed it to you on your personal email.
Okay.
That basically show people that were involved with Antifa, took pictures within Antifa, were part of even Antifa websites and conversations, and now you're seeing them in the this rally, this Trump rally. And there was another text that I sent you that part of identifying you being an undercover Antifa is that you will wear the Trump hat backwards, the MAGA hat backwards. And there was a tweet that was infiltrated. I sent it to you that to identify for them to identify among themselves that they are Trump supporters.
Okay, that was this the last tweet you sent, or it's next to the last?
Let's see here.
Which one is it, so I can show the brothers and sisters live?
Okay. Let me open up real.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna pull some up now. I'm gonna save it to my computer and pull it up.
It'd be the second to last. Now the last one is a bombshell that I want to touch on in a bit, but there's a second to last. You can see is a screenshot of a tweet, and the last one I send you is actually a Lynn Wood, who is one of Trump's lawyers, defending him on this campaign fraud thing. He came out with a bombshell a few days ago, and this is his tweet, but it's the second to last shot that I send you.
Okay.
Specifically, Antifa talking about.
All right, let me drop it in so that the brothers and sisters that are viewing can see it. Okay.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so hey, you can't get, the elders, they be up on it, right? Everyone, we up on it, right? All right, check it out. Boom. All right, so what am I looking at with this tweet? It says, But just in case, I spoke to my Antifa operative in Portland, and she said the ones going to D.C. are going to wear camouflage cutoffs and Trump paraphernalia to blend in, but turning their MAGA hats backward for identification. So feel free to pass along. Look at that. So there's provocateurs that's fanning the fire that would lead to something erupting right there, Washington, D.C., the capital, folks, of the United States, which means they are dismantling the Union. And guess what? If Trump, and don't forget, after this, since the Electoral College cannot certify, listen to this. Listen to this. Since the Electoral College could not certify the win for Biden, Trump can be sworn in under the Insurrection Act and stay president, and he can do it privately, and by default he would have control over the military, not just here in the United States but internationally. Did we not tell you about this? People are going to lose their minds if this happens. Elder Gabar?
But it's a plot twist, Elder.
What's the plot twist?
A few days ago, Linwood, and I sent you a picture, him standing with Donald Trump. He's one of his lawyers.
Okay, let me get that.
Okay. And he's also out there protesting. He has a mega hat on, and he's one of his lawyers.
Yeah.
Linwood, okay. He tweeted this few days ago.
Okay, let me get the guy so that brothers and sisters, real-time reporting here. But at least we do all this. Usually it's in the academy for those who claim we don't do none of the stuff for y'all publicly. Okay. All right, let me get it real quick. All right, I see it here. I see it. All right, so let me grab it real quick. All right, I see it. One moment.
Okay.
I'm trying to save one thing and it's not allowing me. One moment. Save. Hold on.
Yeah, if you look him up, Linwood.
Okay. I'm going to do it here. Okay, they're saved. One moment. Let me get it now. Okay, now I have a picture of the Lawya. I'm going to drop that in now. Okay?
Okay. And I also send you an article, a 3-part article. You can maybe read that later. And that, I think that should probably be part of the academy because there's a lot of damage that
Okay, so we're going to go into a lot of these details. But what are we seeing here about Trump's attorney?
Okay, so this guy's been one of these Trump, lawyers that going to court trying to submit all the evidence showing that there was voter fraud.
Okay.
A few days ago, he tweeted this in social media. Okay, that's the guy right there. Yep. This is what he tweeted, Elder. Pence is in fact a traitor. I have the evidence.
Now, let me put this out there that a lot of what we're bringing out right now is alleged, which is getting public information.
Exactly.
Right? It's unverified. We don't know, but we just getting things as it comes to us. I just want to make that disclaimer. Okay, let me get the tweet real quick. Let me put it up for the people.
Which is, I believe, is the last tweet I sent you, or the last.
Okay, right. Let me grab that. Okay, I think I have it here. Let me put it in. Here's the tweet. Okay, read the tweet for me, Elder.
So it says, Pence is in fact a traitor. I have the evidence and have interviewed the whistleblower. So it's enough. And the article, it's a 3-part article that I send you. I don't think you should go into it, but maybe in the academy because it's damaging. Pence is deep state, according to this article. And Lynn Wood has been called crazy by the media. He's been ignored. He's one of President Trump, lawyer. And in his investigation, he found out Pence is also involved. So we don't know how deep the deep state goes, but according to Lynn Wood, he's saying that the Vice President Pence is also a traitor. And I yield with that.
Now, Gabar, that really doesn't surprise me. You know why? Because usually you put in the state usually put in their fail-safe as vice president in case the president goes rogue. Okay, like Lyndon B. Johnson. You notice no soon as they killed JFK, everything the progressive Satanists had on the plate was rolled out under Lyndon B. Johnson. And Lyndon B. Johnson said, I know what I'm going to do, because everyone knew that the Democrats were always the party that destroyed black people. He said, what I'm going to do through this civil rights agreement is I'm going to have these N-words voting Democrat for 200 years without realizing what comes with it. The same people who was lynching us down south, who was separating our families, who wanted slavery to continue, they were Democrats, folks. That's right. But this doesn't surprise me, because usually you had Barack Obama and you had Joe Biden, who was always against our people, just in case Barack Obama went rogue. Now you have Joe Biden with one foot in the grave with their real plan. Kamala Harris, the Hindu. It's always about that vice president who's usually brought and paid for by the corporate state. It's fascism at its best. But hold that article, Elder Gabar. Send that to me, and we're going to go into that in the academy, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Thawada, off the chains of the lawyer. I know you got a few things to say. I'm going to let you say that. But let me bring in Shapat, because Shapat is a few time zones away, and I don't want to keep him up all night. Let's bring in Shapat real quick. Send that to me, and we're going to go into that in the academy, all right? Okay, I can hear. Turn off YouTube for me, Shapat.
I did. 1 second.
All right.
Let me see what's going on here. Okay. Is it showing the video? Oh, there we go.
Okay, for some reason, when I'm broadcasting, it doesn't work. It works when I'm not, so hold on. But I'm still hearing feedback, so something has to give before I can, or I have to bring you in another day.
Okay.
I'm still hearing feedback in my ears.
Yeah, I've got headphones, but for some reason it's not picking it up on the phone. On the iPad.
Okay, well, you get your sound together, and I'll be right back with you. All right?
Okay.
Because there's too many things going on there. All right.
Okay.
Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
I need you to go to a stupa in the earth real quick, and then if you have any... Oh, there you go. There he is. He popped up. Oh, that's what's up. Here you go. Oh, no. Let me get him. Don't go anywhere, Shapat. I seen him get up. You see it popped out of nowhere? That's weird. Don't worry about it. We'll deal with him later. We'll deal with it later. He have to get his audio together. Luciferian control of the earth. The secret satanic controller's plan against the world has been accomplished by infiltrating our most sacred place, which is our temples, our minds. The Scottish and York rites of the Freemasons, established by the Roman Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church, has hatched a plan. This plan was hatched long ago, that if discovered, we would have aligned ourselves in masses against them. A war that they would have definitely lost, brothers and sisters. These high intellects would then use time and through psychology and the infiltration of the Christian church and taking over. Oh, no, can't do that. Can't do that. Gotta talk to you later. I'm sorry. I gotta get back with you. All right. I'll get back with you, Shapat. Hold tight. All right. I'll get back with you. We have a lot of spinning plates at once here. Thank you. Hold tight. I'll be right with you, Shapat. The Scottish and York rites of the Freemasons, established by Roman Jesuits, hatched a plan long ago that, if discovered, it would have aligned the masses of the world against them. A war that they would have definitely lost. These high intellects would then use time through psychology, infiltrations of the Christian church and the healthcare system, along with the satanic schools they have established. Okay? To change strong, spiritual, traditional people of God into liberals. Liberal, free-thinking enemies of God. And now we're here. The earth is on its knees, wearing masks, in full submission, without a hope and without God. But don't worry. The Satanist has a plan for you. Have a plan. They've always operated behind the scenes. And you know what? The answer is before you. Follow the light-bearing, cross-dressing Lucifer or Braham or Brahma. Hand over your children and hand over your lives. Roll up your sleeves and get Luciferase injected into your bloodstream. Your God that you've been worshiping the whole time is calling you home. Let's go. Elder Lawya, anything you have to say in particular before we go into the scriptures here?
No, sir.
Let's go.
This is the book of 2 Baruch, chapter 25, verse number 1.
Yep.
And he answered and said unto me, Thou too shalt be preserved till that sign which the Most High will work for the inhabitants of the earth in the end of days.
In the what?
In the end of days.
In the end of days. Read.
This therefore shall be the sign.
This should be the sign when you know that everything is about to change and Christ will soon break this atmosphere to save the children of Israel. Read.
When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth.
When a stupor shall do what?
Shall seize the inhabitants of the earth.
Shall seize the inhabitants of the earth. A stupor, a state of near unconsciousness or insensibility. Sensibility, a drunken stupor.
Stupor.
Stupor is what?
Stupor.
A state of near unconsciousness, of insensibility, a drunken stupor. When the earth has become so drunken from the wine of Babylon that they don't know their head from their tail and would lose all human sensibilities. People operated in the earth with no moral code, no moral standards. Insensitive to other people. Idolizing themselves, only care for themselves. No wonder Satan could set up something where people shouldn't embrace each other anymore, or kiss each other no more, or smile for each other anymore. Look how long we've been walking around in this world and everyone is frowning at each other without masks, mad at each other, as if someone did something to them. Everyone angry. Instead of being what? Grateful for what the Most High blessed us with. Our life, our family, our children. So Satan understood the state of this earth. And this is a sign according to the prophets. The prophet Baruch. The Most High showed the prophet Baruch that here's a sign that we can start counting the end of days. That's right. The last Jubilee we're dealing with here. We're within those Jubilees, folks, the last part. And the sign was when? Read it.
When a stupor shall seize the inhabitants of the earth.
When a spirit which is a stupor shall be in control over the people where they no longer care and don't have a conscience towards what? Morality, towards God, towards family. Where the people who have always assaulted our children and molested our children would have more rights than us. Allowed by us. Read.
And the inhabitants shall fall into many tribulations, and again, when they shall fall into great torments. And it will come to pass, when they say in their thoughts by reason of their much tribulation, the mighty one doeth no longer remember the earth.
People will become so vile. The Bible tells you it's perilous times where people will become lovers of themselves and don't care about anything else but themselves. It's to a point where if evil have been allowed up until this point, we can now question whether or not God exists. There can't be a God. All the stuff that the Bible says not to do is happening, and he's allowing it, right? So everybody now is saying, well, since we're dealing with evil and wickedness and there's been no judgment, maybe my traditional values were a waste of time. Maybe how my family raised me to be a good person doesn't matter. I can just do what I want because God doesn't exist. When I feared God, I was a better person, right? But I'm missing out on all the fun. Even Tony Braxton said the other day, I had a report last month where Tony Braxton said the only thing she regrets is that she didn't sleep with more men in her 20s. That's what she didn't regret. That's what she regrets. That when she was in her 20s, everybody loved Tony Braxton, right? But she still has some fear of God being raised in the church. And now she's looking back and thinking that the girls today are having all the fun. Believing what? That God has left the building. He doesn't exist. It was told Baruch this would happen. So that everyone is caught out there in the last hour who didn't fill their lamps when it was time, like the 5 foolish virgins Christ talked about. Satan let you party. He knew he was going to what? Scratch the record with the needle and stop everything while the earth's population is caught up in sin. Come on, let's go, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. And it will come to pass, when they say in their thoughts by reason of their much tribulation, the mighty one doeth no longer remember the earth.
God no longer remember the earth. The unbelievers would begin to say that. And when you see Satanists put up abortion billboards with no opposition, what are people supposed to believe? How would God allow this in a quote-unquote God-fearing country that was built on, as they claim, Judeo-Christian values? Where is the Christian resistance right now? Does it exist? Don't forget, the Satanist temple have to go through a lot of people to get that billboard up there. He have to go to the company. And if there's a Christian anywhere working in the company, they'll say, well, no, this is not allowed. I don't care what your freedom of religion is. But then they'll say, well, to protect litigation will compromise our morals. So then maybe the guy that had the sign read it and say, can we put this up? And he believed in Christ. But yet he said to himself, well, if I don't put it up, I'm going to be fired. So he believed in Christ, but he's not resisting it. And he's rolling it up and putting it up there. And the guy that cuts on the lights and control the lights for the billboard say, well, should I shine a light on this? Well, if I don't do it, I'm discriminating against the Satanists who've always destroyed our family. And because I need my job, Let me light up this abortion sign by the Satanists saying abortion saves lives. So at every turn when our people have an opportunity to believe in God, to do what? To stand in resistance to this, we cower to the enemy. No courage anymore. Finish reading.
Yes, sir. Yea, it will come to pass when they abandon hope.
They shall abandon hope in what?
That the time will then awake.
That the time will awake. Come on.
And if I can mention real quick, it says when they abandon hope. So
Yep.
This means that not only those who are currently unbelievers, but those who may at this time be believers, so much starvation, so much death, so much sickness and disease and destruction will take place on the earth, that even those who at one point believed in God will say to themselves that there must not be a God.
Even the believers who stand right now, who claim they believe in God in Christ, will begin to doubt and say, you know what? I give up hope. Let me bow to Lucifer and let me allow our children to receive the mark of the beast. That's what's going down. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. Come on.
Yes, sir. 26:1. And I answered and said, will that tribulation which is to come be continue a long time, and will that necessity embrace many years?
Will it be many years? Read.
27:1. And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided.
Into 12 parts is that time divided. These 12 parts are the prophecies leading to Christ saving us out of it. So when you think of parts, it's parts doing what? A span of 7 jubilees down to the last 7 years. The last jubilees breaking all the way down to the last 7 years. It was prophesied. What would the people see? What did the Most High show Baruch? You might ask. Let's read.
It says, and each one of them is reserved for that time which is appointed for it.
Chapter and verse?
27, 2nd Baruch, 27, going into verse 2.
2nd Baruch 27 and 2. We have 1st Baruch in the Apocrypha. But no, there's more Baruch books that we break down. We got all the information the Most High have given that the first church had, that the disciples had. We have all the records. Confirmed them, read through them, and guess what? They are on point to the letter. Read.
In the first part there shall be the beginning of commotions.
The beginning of commotions, protests, people making rumor that would lead to people being out on the streets, being whipped up into a emotional tizzy. George Floyd, Donald Trump. There'll be commotions. Racism. Racism is Satan's greatest tool because he's dividing both parties he's seeking to destroy. So why don't I just have them kill each other? I hate them all. See? Commotions. Which will automatically have the people, the citizens of the earth, the people in the earth who don't know better, take a side. Outside of, and the only side that we should have been taking was God's side. See, you can't get drawn into a commotion, folks, if you're taking God's side. Satan can't lure you out into those protests and do all that, to have you do evil and wicked and break the law, to steal and all that. If you're under God, you're not caught up in commotions or protests. So if you're going to take a side, take God's side. Take the Most High side. Read commotions. Read.
And in the second part, there shall be slayings of the great ones.
Slaying of the great ones. We'll start hearing about great men martyred who would give their life for what the causes of the people. The great men like Martin Luther King, like Malcolm X. These were all prophetic because these men weren't just famous here. They withstood evil, and the whole earth understood the power of that courage to withstand the evil of Esau, in which it actually crossed international lines. It went well beyond, it transcended just America. There was a beacon of light out there that Judah is still standing up for righteousness in this earth. But now our pastors and preachers are a bunch of sellouts. How are you going to teach brothers and sisters faith when you are afraid of the virus yourself? How can you heal someone when you're sitting up there preaching with a mask on? Read.
And in the third part, the fall of many by death.
The fall of many by death, the numbers. Here's the numbers. Here's the cases. But really, people are not dying from the Colt 45 virus. When they go into these institutions, we're finding out that, guess what? The people you think are doctors aren't doctors at all. They were trained in other countries to work those ventilators. I'm going to let you fill in the blanks. There's a few things I can't say here. We'll talk about that Sunday. But, you believe because they have scrubs on, they're doctors. No, these people aren't doctors. They were trained to just work the ventilators in other countries. And through immigration, they was able to come in on these floors and do what they do. Put down the righteous. Put down God's people under the cloud of Colt 45 virus. Finish reading.
And in the fourth part, the sending of the sword.
The sending of the sword, like Aaron Russo was mentioning earlier. How they had a plan to invade these countries and claim it's a war on terrorism, when really it's a boogeyman. There's no real enemy. They're just going to claim it's an enemy. And any place they're looking to take down next, they will claim that someone escaped the country they just destroyed, that Al-Qaeda or another leader escaped and went into the next country they're about to destroy. See? They would just use a boogeyman until they do what? Take out all the opposing countries who would resist their power. Until it would come back, like it says in 2nd Esdras, back to Babylon, where all the merchants will do what? All the merchants will sorrow at the fall of her. The merchants. Who's the merchants? The business owners. Prophesied in Revelations 18. That people would be crying concerning all the businesses they're losing. With what? With Babylon is falling. The merchants are crying in the streets. Why? Because guess what? Hey, it's not just them putting people on who don't know any better on these ventilators, killing them out, destroying them. America is on a ventilator. How do you choke an economy? How do you destroy a free capitalistic country? You know what you do? You stop business. And by stopping business and breaking this country up and dividing the people, when they're finished with this, folks, America will be on the level as a third world country or worse, because at least they have adjusted themselves in other countries to live under regimes like we're going into. Other countries have adjusted themselves. Other people know what it is to live third world. Americans don't. Americans don't know what it means to have rolling electricity, where only you can have electricity 1 or 2 hours a day, where your water isn't fresh and you don't have good water. You don't know what that means. Watch. And they know that Americans have been spoiled, and they're about to tear the economy. When it tear down the economy, all you entrepreneurs and all that, this has nothing to do with the virus, folks. It's about choking out the merchants and starving the country, because our people have arrived. We've awakened. And Black Lives Matter is a satanic group who's trying to steal that shine. Where if it's about blacks, let us control it through Black Lives Matter. Nah, you can't steal the shine. The real blacks are rising. I'm talking about the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Judah matters. The tribe of Benjamin matters. The tribe of Levi matters. Simeon matters. Asher matters. Hey, you know, every time I'm on, we come up with some shirts, don't we? Judah lives matters. Benjamin lives matter. I know you're going to text me. We need to get them on the presses right now. They've hijacked the awakening by, if we're going to have a cause, it has to be controlled by Luciferians. So that's why they came up with Black Lives Matter, because since they can't control the awakening, they're going to try to hijack it. Don't say you care about black lives and black men at the same time aborting our children at a rate of 1,000 black children, most of them young boys, every day. Come on, Elder Lawya, let's roll before we go.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Boy, he said he ready for it. That's right. Hey, you know what? Folks, we were born for this moment. We've been praying for a kingdom. Everyone said they want a kingdom, but you're not willing to go through the hardships that leads to it. The tribulation that leads to it. But this is what it takes. And if we have to fight through all the way to the end to see our Lord and Savior come out to save us, just like he did with us coming out of Egypt when Pharaoh was on one side and the Red Sea was on the other and there was no hope. And guess what? A pillar of fire came from between the gods in Pharaoh's army and our forefathers. I'm excited for this time. I'm excited for this time because no one out there anywhere, any place right now can say that the Bible isn't real. How many times we debating conscious people, conscious community, all of them trying to go against the Bible. Okay, if the Bible isn't real, what's going on right now? And what Egyptian book can we read to give us understanding of it? I don't have to now try to uphold and try to debate whether or not the Bible is real anymore. You're living the Bible prophecy whether you believe in the Bible or not. So the conscious community, they're way out into the ocean with a boat without a motor, okay, and no paddle. Because there's no directions on how to get through this. And all them cats who were talking about the Bible isn't real, they're going to be banging down the door. Please let us in. I'm like, yeah, nah. Go do a debate.
Right.
Go set up a debate.
Right.
Now that there's no one left to argue with. Let's go.
And in the fifth part, famine and withholding of rain. And in the sixth part, earthquakes and terrors. And in the eighth part, a multitude of specters and the attacks of the Shadim.
Come on.
And in the ninth part,
let's talk about mental health. People taking medications and all that with demonic side effects. I mean, who in their right mind would take a medication that it plainly tells you on the commercial it will cause suicidal thoughts? First of all, you must be crazy from the rip. It already told you that you're going to have nightmares. You're going to think about, swallowing bullets out of chambers. And yet you're going to, oh yeah, I can take this. I mean, I got restless leg syndrome. Maybe it can maybe it'll fix that. Yeah, your leg is fixed. But what of that red spot on the wall after you hit the floor? Folks, that's what the Bible is talking about. It's talking about the attacks of the specters and shittims, which is mental health. The whole earth done went crazy. The whole earth done went crazy. Why? People have become the host for the demons that are now being released in the earth. Come on, let's go.
It says, and in the 9th part, the fall of fire.
The fall of fire.
And in the 10th part, rapine and much oppression.
Rapine and much oppression. And that's what we're going through now. Read.
Rapine being ravishing and going through and breaking up and stealing and things of that nature.
And that's what rapine is. Rapine is looting. The Bible tells you people be out there looting for no reason. Oh yeah, George Floyd, let me get the 40-inch. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not steal. Don't let them trigger you into sinning against our God. See? Black Lives Matter is the devil. It's the devil, folks. It had nothing to do with our people. Looting is rapine. What's the other part of the Lawyer?
And in the 11th part, wickedness and unchastity.
Wickedness and unchastity. People running around, just free love, having sex with anybody they would like and think there isn't a judgment for it. And expect you to understand what they're going through. Like it's normal. Well, this is what everyone does. I mean, it's WAP time. And my son would tell me, WAP. I'm like, what's WAP? And, you know, when he went and got into it, I'm like, I'm not supposed to hear that. I'm like, what? I remember when Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye was racy. I mean, I've been really trying, baby, trying to hold back this feeling for so long. And just listening to that stuff, it was like back then, it's like, yo, you had to almost sneak to hear that. And I'm listening to my son talk. I'm like, son, what is WAP? He says, Dad, you don't want to know what WAP is. Because I'm hearing it around and I'm seeing it around. It's Bible prophecy, folks. Here we go. Read.
And in the 12th part, confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid.
So we'll see all the mingling of these prophecies together where it'll be one, then another, and another. And to the point where everyone on the earth would believe that the Most High, you thought that the Most High was going to allow this to go on forever. But he showed Baruch that there was a time that would be allowed to see who would stand with him. During the free liberal time, the do it thou wilt time, the Most High gave us a space to see who would choose him in these decisions. Who would choose him once tempted? Even though the world is doing it, who would stand with him and say, you know what? It's not right. If I make this choice, it's going to compromise me, and I'm going to begin to make other choices that would move me further from my belief in God. Come on.
And in the 12th part, confusion from the mingling together of all those things aforesaid.
This is where we are. That's why people are talking amongst each other. Well, I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a virus. I don't know if there is a virus. There could be something out there. Well, I know people are dying. The numbers going up. Don't wear masks. I think we can wear masks. I had another dude say the other day, I can't wait till the reports come out on the news, Elder Lawyer. He says, I can't wait until the reports come out on the news that tells us there's some science to say that if we take the vaccine, we no longer have to wear masks. He was talking in the store and said that. I say, what? I'm like, so what you saying that if they said take that and you can walk around without a mask, you would do so? Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm just waiting for the science. And you know what I'm seeing? A walker. I'm looking at him, and I can see the blood coming out, the neck cut, the gate just ripped him up, and I'm looking at a walker. I'm like, well, okay, all right, yeah, that's good. Walking Dead. This guy's taking his cues from mainstream media to when he can actually take off the mask. I'm like, he's a dead man walking. He says, well, what would you do? I'm like, sir, personally, I would go to A Gathering 144 on YouTube. He says, what? I'm like, A Gathering 144 on YouTube is what I would do. He's like, wait, yeah? I'm like, yeah, just go check it out. It'll help you out. Finish reading.
It says,
Hey, Elder Gabar, I want to put this out there too. If you're in the Philly congregation, we need 2 to 3 volunteers for the sewing because we got a lot of sewing to do for our people. So if you can sew or if you want to volunteer time, please reach Elder Gabar or Bishop Amath. Please. Gabar, I'm going to need those shirts, man. I'm going to need Judah Lives Matter. Benjamin Lives Matter. Okay, I'm going to have one. Hopefully we'll have a real nice one with a crown or something on it by Saturday, where each tribe lives matter. We're going to steal their stilo. They on this Lives Matter stuff. We're going to be putting God's people all out there doing this whole thing. All right, let's go.
for these parts of that time are reserved and shall be mingled one with another and minister one to another. For some shall leave out some of their own and receive in its stead from others, and some complete their own and that of others, so that they may not understand who are upon the earth in those days, that this is the consummation of the times.
This is the consummation of the times. There's going to be so much confusion that people don't even realize that it's the consummation of the times, a time in which eventually a Savior would come to destroy those who are really behind all of this. Mm-hmm. It was prophesied a number of Jubilees that the Most High would allow Satan to operate due to Adam turning over his dominion to him. Brothers and sisters, we're close to that time.
That's right.
We're here. And that's why the whole world is confused and don't know what to do in this because why? They've been caught up. And when the opportunity came where the Most High tried to speak and guide them or guide you into his light, you chose your temptation over him. Tree of good and evil, tree of life. If in many days you came to the Most High and fell to your knees and say, my life is messed up, blah, 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 I can't go through this no more. If you get me out of this, I'll never do it again. Many times. And he got you out of it. And what happened? We went right back to what we were doing. As soon as we out of it and think we're safe again, we forget that moment on our knees asking for help. And Elder Lawya, I'm going to tell you right now. That's why, I'm like, you know what? Hey, I'm not dealing with it no more. When I say I'm not dealing with it no more, I noticed that all these fiery darts have been trying to come directly at us, at the church, at myself. I can be sitting down just looking at television, just trying to have, and then something will come and try to attack me. I can pick up the phone and it could be something to try to get my spirit. Trying to get my spirit, outside of calm. And I had to realize it. And I fell on my knees and I prayed. I'm like, the Most High, give me the spirit to withstand all attacks and give me the understanding of how not to make everyone else's issues mine. Because the more I hear, the more I want to go out and do everything for everyone else and do all these things. And I'm leaving myself vulnerable. I'm like, you know what? There's a time to embrace and there's a time to refrain from embracing. You know what time it is? It's time for us to now get our security together and get our people together and get ready to do what we need to do to protect those who chose right when everything was open. I was talking to Iraq, like, who knows what we can get in the windfall now? People don't have many options anymore. So now everybody can come, even those who are looking for my life and our life. I'm like, nah, if we're near the consummation of the times, we have to realize when time is up. And not lose the lives of us and our families trying to save everyone else. We have to realize it. And the doors are closing. It's attacks coming from everywhere. And I'm like, oh. But you know what? Hey. We can expect to be attacked, like I said the other day. This must be the truth, or Satan would just leave us alone. Finish reading, Elder Lawya.
Chapter 28, verse 1. Nevertheless, whosoever understandeth shall then be wise.
Shall be wise. They that understand shall be wise. Let me see if I can get your pot in. I'm going to try one more time. I know he's waiting because I'm sorry, Shapat, but that phone was, we're going to try one more time. I thank you, Elder Lawya. Real quick. Let me see if I can get him in now before I open up the lines. We're now at what, 8:30? We doing good time? Okay. Okay. Elder Gabar said, let me come in at the end. Oh, Elder Gabar, I'm going to let you in right after, let me see. Oh, not at the end. I'll let you in right now before I take calls right after Shapat, Elder Gabar. Don't worry about it. And I was talking to Gabar earlier, and I was talking to the elders, and I'm saying right now, and I'm like, listen, don't let any people, any spirit, anything that come in that would cause doubt amongst our eldership. Don't let nothing happen. We must trust each other, because when it comes down to it, when you tell me something and I know that you love me enough to know that you care for my life enough to tell me the truth, I'm going to have to listen. And who else can I trust but fellow laborers? Those who have warred in the vineyard with me. So if there's any level of something where you have something against someone, or you have something in your heart, or any of us, it's time to get rid of that now so that it don't materialize in the most inopportune moment where Satan can use it. We are all we have. Shapat,
Shalom,
you hear me?
Elder. This is better.
I'm still hearing feedback.
That should be better.
Okay. Okay,
That's better?
Yeah, it's way better.
Okay. All right.
All right, hold on.
It's not my usual setup that I have.
Okay, let me bring you in. Let me bring you in, Shapat.
All right.
You wouldn't believe what I'm going through over here on this computer right now.
I can take a guess.
It's weird. I have you there, but I can't move you. Hold on. There you go. All right, Shapat. Real quick, I know y'all haven't seen Shapat in a while unless you've been in the academy. Your head is cut off.
Oh, let me back up a little bit.
Do you hear what's going on here in the daughter of Babylon right now?
From where? The economy, the so-called selection election, COVID? Well, what's your pick?
Well, let me ask you real quick, because the brothers and sisters want to know, even those who haven't been in the academy, right? What's in store? Without giving out any too much, what's in store for this Sunday? What's in
Good
store?
question. Good question. And if I may, I'll be very brief. I want to give a very brief testimony. But let me answer the question.
No, give your testimony first. Give your testimony
Okay.
first and then go into it.
Yeah, brief testimony pertaining to the times we're living in and the academy, believe it or not. You've touched on this before, Elder, but all you brothers and sisters out there, especially if you've not been in academy, and even if you have been in academy, if you weren't in the original ones, Elder asked me why, I don't know, but Elder asked me to, get some news for him one day, almost a decade ago. And I thought, maybe it's because when Sabbath lessons were going on, I'd raise my hand and say, oh, yeah, Elder, they're doing this, they're doing that. Or, have you seen this? Have you seen that? But fast forward to that request, and I was like, okay. The next Sunday came. I was like, yeah, here you go, Elder. Here's the articles. And Elder said, no, I want you to do it. No, what do you mean, me? No, you. There's you and there's Elder Lawya. Y'all do the academy. What you want me for? No. But I'm saying that to highlight a point. And this brings us full circle to where we are today and where we're going to be in the not too distant future. All right? All of us. And that is, sometimes things are put on your lap that you may not want to do, or you don't understand why they are there now. Okay? Why they're being put on you or placed on you, right? Work-wise, the Most High's work-wise. I'm not talking about worldly stuff. But it behooves you to take it cheerfully and do it. The Most High's work, do it with haste. Don't be a sluggard with those things. And, look where we are today. All right. So I just wanted to throw that out there very briefly.
Shapat, remember when you did it and I said you do it and it ended up turning into something outside of even what we discussed?
Right.
And I said, and I told you a long time ago before I met you, I'm like, I never met you over Skype. I'm saying, but if there ever come a time that you're anywhere in the earth and I meet you and you need a bed, if you need a bed, you'll always have a place with me. Remember that?
I remember. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So now, let me ask you, you didn't know that the Most High would bring it to fruition that I would even meet you going into other countries. All right?
Right.
But you got the floor. Tell people what's in store for Sunday.
All right. So I don't want to spill too many beans. Okay. So, it's going to touch on around this point, why the importance of being in the academy. There's a number of reasons why you want to be in the academy. The Hebrew, you understand, which I myself need to seriously brush up on that. But of course, the lessons, which no two are the same. And not only, of course, there's certain foundational lessons that are taught every academy, like creation, for example. However, those are never the same. But beyond that, there's brand new lessons that come out, right? All that is the academy. And then, the little bonus is the news, which of course, it being the news is never the same anyway. But to that point, like a couple of weeks ago, we mentioned a scripture with this COVID madness that, one day they're talking about a so-called quote unquote PCR test, how it's great. And then in the very next day, the guy that made the PCR test comes out and says it was never designed or intended to be used to identify a quote unquote COVID disease. And neither can you now twist it in sideways to make it fit to be used for a COVID disease. The guy who made it said that. Every minute detail, every minutia that is COVID, whether it's tests with the so-called PCR test, whether it's this brand new fast test, the antigen test, whatever it is, whether it's cases, whether it's symptoms, whether it's asymptomatic carriers, do they spread disease, yes or no? All of these minute details change every single day. There's no stability. But like what we brought out a couple of weeks ago, specifically to COVID and the news, the scripture is wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times. We have in the academy, and of course, other information is trickled out as well from, various different sources. You guys have brought out on the Wednesday broadcast and the Sabbath lessons as well, which is freebies to, almost like the temple. That's for the Gentile court. That's for out there, almost, so to speak, right? But anyway, we have been putting out there the knowledge that the Most High has given us for you to see, to remain calm. From the beginning, before it was even breaking on the talking heads on the idiot box called TV, the so-called mainstream news articles, before it broke there, we had in the Academy news that, listen, these so-called death certificates for COVID months and months ago ain't what they're saying it is. And they're being told from the top down to mark them a particular way. For example, the hospitals being empty. We reported on that before you had, regular Joes literally walking into hospitals, filming it being empty in every country around the world. We reported on that before that has now gone so-called, quote unquote, mainstream on social media. We reported on that. I'm highlighting these different points, okay? Not to be, coded, but just to illustrate a point that in the academy, you get the breaking news. You get it firsthand, which gives you wisdom and knowledge. Get in the academy. I yield. Sorry, I yield.
Another thing you brought out, Shapat, years ago that most people don't know about, that is happening now, that the same components they use to have everyone accept the letter people as normal, you said it years ago that they're rolling out the same campaign to make what?
Pedophilia. Yep.
Pedophilia.
Sexual preference. Yep.
To make it legal for an adult to deal with a child.
Yep.
I mean, that was brought out 8 years ago, and now that particular bill is actually on the floor of the House. We reported on that a month ago, how they're saying that if someone is 10 years under the age of an adult, it's not considered pedophilia. Man, and Shapat, when you said it, I was like, well, I don't think they're going to be able to pull that off. I'm talking about when you reported it in the news that was going on.
Right.
I thought it was so far off, even if they would attempt something like that.
Right.
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 But then it happened, and I'm like, and it's like the Most High has given us the news before the news, Shapat, and let me tell you, the Most High has organically operated with. He pulled this team, I would say this church, which is his team on earth, together.
Right.
And he, the Most High seen this moment where the gathered of Christ church would be made of all these strangers from different countries. from all over the spectrum, from different religions, from different, socio-economic areas, and divided on, on financial lines and racial lines all together. I mean, I didn't think I would ever meet you from the UK, and the Most High He's gathered us. This is why this is the gathering of Christ Church. We're the Most High's team on earth, and brothers, sisters, like I said before, we all, including you, were born for this moment. So you got your news articles already for this Sunday? Or go ahead, you have the last word before I bring in Gabar.
Yeah, I have a few. Normally what happens is, throughout the week I'll see stuff. But really from, I begin to the hour or two before I lay down my head on Saturday night, I'll start to look at the news more seriously. I'm quite a few hours ahead, so I have the luxury, so to speak, on Sunday morning to then really comb through the news that I had looked over during the week and look at whatever news has just come out that day to have it all collected, ready for the academy that goes live the same day. So it's very fresh, up-to-date news. But one final point I did want to mention, especially in the midst of all this so-called COVID and vaccines, 2 points actually I want to mention, and they both relate to the same thing, and that is vaccines and therefore, by extension, the so-called word mandatory. Now, the first kind of freebie, and we'll go into way more detail in the academy, but the freebie is this. Keep in mind all these so-called vaccines, which change your DNA, all of these vaccines, right? Their studies haven't finished. If you look on their own websites, on Pfizer's website or Moderna, or whatever other so-called company that they're called, right? It's all Satan at the end of the day behind all of them. But if you look at each one of these so-called separate companies' websites, their own information tells you that their study of the volunteers that got the vaccine in their so-called trials, they will not finish their own studies until 2022. That's another 2 years from now. That's the first point.
Crazy.
That's the first point. That's the first point. We already reported on this. That's the first point. The second follow-up point is, so their own studies individually have not concluded. The UK, here's a freebie. We're going to go into this article that I'm briefly mentioning now in more detail this upcoming Sunday, if it be the Most High's will. The UK, and it's not just the UK, expect other countries to do the same thing. They all follow the same Satan. The UK has now said, you know what? Just in case we have mix-up with deliveries, or if you go to the hospital to get your second dose, isn't it interesting how all these unique vaccine companies making their COVID vaccine all somehow need 2 doses? But anyway, in the UK, they just came out and said, yeah, if you go to the hospital and you initially got the Pfizer vaccine and you go there and they don't have the Pfizer vaccine available, it's okay. Get the other, whatever's available, get that. But here's the elephant in the room. Not only is each trial not finished yet, there's no studies on what's going to happen with getting one vaccine, mixing it with another vaccine.
So there's no study on what happens after the second dose.
No, not only no study on the second dose and their own individual, like Pfizer is its own company.
Right.
They're doing their own study. There is no study group that's matching Pfizer vaccine coupled with Moderna vaccine, or Moderna vaccine coupled with whatever AstraZeneca vaccine. There is no company studying what happens when you mix these vaccines together. That's the first freebie, okay? We're going to go into that in more detail on Sunday. But the other thing is, for you brothers and sisters, a reminder on this so-called witchcraft sorcery word called mandatory. It is not what you think it is. They can mandate that if you want to drive a car, you must get a so-called driving license, even though you're supposedly afforded the right to travel. But anyway, outside of all that legalese garbage, just because something's mandated does not mean you have to do it. If you don't drive, you do not need a driving license. They tell you in black and white, okay, listen, we want, the range is from 60, 70%. Most places say they want 80, 90% vaccine, participation. They're telling you in your face. For us, it's the reverse. The Bible tells us that 10% will be remaining. They're telling you right there, when they say they want 90% of the population to receive this vaccine, that means 10% will be remaining. Therefore, in plain English, they're allowing for a certain percentage of the population to not be vaccinated. It is not mandatory, okay? It's not.
Let me ask you this, Shapat. Go ahead. You want to finish something there before I ask you the question?
Yeah, just one more last part on the mandatory thing.
Okay, go on.
One more and this then obviously brings up consent, or rather informed consent, or exemptions.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, when it comes to that, it's like, if I was to be presented in a situation like that, you try your hardest, being very patient and not, I seen this video here, or blah, 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 or this vaccine is the devil's serum. That type of stuff you don't tell these individuals to their face like that. But, you try and work as much as you can to see other ways around it until there's this line being drawn in the sand. It's like, okay, all options are exhausted. It doesn't matter what my personal belief is or isn't. It doesn't matter what my religious belief is or isn't. Scientifically, the ingredients that are in this particular syringe doesn't outweigh the benefits. The risks associated with this do not outweigh the benefits. How is it that you're telling me that if I run into this disease, number one, I have to catch it in normal life. I have to catch it. That's the first hurdle. Then if I catch it, I then have to also have a compromised immune system at the time of catching it in order to have symptoms. With these symptoms, if I'm sick and obese or have comorbidities, if I have all these things, then I might die from it. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of ifs. Mm-hmm. Or get the vaccine, and there's no more ifs now. If I get the vaccine, I have what they call side effects, which, you know what? Let us be the trendsetter when it comes to not calling them side effects, but desired effects. Every vaccine and every drug has the same side effects. So if by design they all have the same side effects, surely they're taking the ingredients, which they do, from a factory, dumping it into a product called a vaccine, giving the same side effects because it came from the same place. Anyway, how is it I can go through the option of normal life if I come into contact with the disease, and if at that time I have a compromised immune system and I have comorbidities, I'm overweight and I'm unhealthy? If all that happens, I might die. Compared to when I get vaccinated, I have a chance of dying instantly. And they said, which we reported on months ago, excuse me, New York Times, I think, or one of the New York publications said, hey, when people get COVID vaccines, don't be alarmed if people start dying. So it's almost a guarantee that you're rolling the dice with that vaccine. And here's the other thing. Not only are you rolling the dice when you take the vaccine of dying instantly, if you survive, which a lot of people will, who knows what's going to happen with that second dose? But here's the other thing. All mRNA vaccines in the past, when they've tried to do them, have led to a higher reaction and higher death rate of the animals that they gave these vaccines to. After they were vaccinated, of coming into contact with the wild virus for which they were vaccinated against. Meaning, once you get vaccinated, if you survive and then later on in life you come into contact with the disease that you're protected against, you are more likely to die than had you never received the vaccine. That's it. I yield. That's it.
Man.
I said too much.
No. Man, I can't wait till Sunday. Boy, let me ask you this, and I know people might, people might have this just from your personal perspective, your personal opinion, with all the news you've been covering with the vaccines up until now. What is your greatest fear if our people in number decide to take it? What is your fear? What is your greatest fear in a scenario where the majority of our people decide to take it? What would you fear the most?
That's a pretty good question. I haven't really.
And the reason I'm asking you, and you can come back afterward, is because what I fear is that if this stuff become contagion, that I'm not going to be able to help the people that I could have helped if they didn't do it. Right. The compromising of my own safety, not knowing, that's an unknown territory of what happens if you go around people who do take it. The fear that I can't help them is my biggest fear. That's why I framed it that way. Because my biggest fear is because, listen, we're not dropping things or saying things so that we can come back afterwards to say, I told you so. It's not about an I told you so moment. I don't want to be able to say, see what happened to you? You should have listened. No.
Right.
What if you're in a position of sickness and we're healers as teachers and can't help you based on the choice? That's my greatest fear.
Right.
Right. So, all right, we just have to pray and hope that eventually through us being unified in the spirit and the Most High through it, He'll bump us up a next level in the spirit if we have to lay hands on brothers and sisters and get it working. Okay, but Shabbat, I can't wait till this Sunday. And the news is getting better, just like anything else. As the Most High come closer to judging this earth, the more information come forth. And brother, and I do appreciate all you do. And thanks for popping in. I know it's real early in the morning where you are right now. All right. So
all praises.
Also,
all praises
I'm going to need some insight on the lockdowns in South America as well as the other countries outside the United States. If you can, look into those numbers so that we can report those this Sunday, okay?
Okay, got it.
My brother, there go Brother Shabbat in an undisclosed location. And don't worry about it, Shabbat. If it be the Most High's will, you'll see us sooner than later.
I believe it.
All right, my brother, Thawada. There go Shabbat.
God bless you.
Shabbat, what you got? And I know he'll have some Sodom watch.
Yes, sir.
Watch out. Hide your kids, hide your wife. All right, one more thing real quick. Where are you? Come on. Hold on. So if you would like to be a part of the academy, go to historytimes.org. historytimes.org. I'm going to open up calls in a moment. historytimes.org, and let me show you how to enroll. Here. 1 second here. If you would like to enroll, this is all you have to do here. One moment. Let me show you. Go to historytimes.org. If you would like to enroll, the only thing you have to do here, type in History Times. Oh no, don't worry about it. We're right here. .org. See right there? You go there. Hebrew and Bible Academy, historytimes.org, and just hit that button. Click to enroll to get in to hear the news. Elder Lawya with Hebrew 101, and of course, the lesson. You got it. The creation of the universe. You don't want to miss this, brothers and sisters. So get in while there's an opportunity. Okay, while there's still an opportunity, get in. All right. I don't know whether or not we're going to extend the deadline past the 8th, but try to get in by the 8th so that we're not inundating the people, our administration who's working around the clock. historytimes.org. And we do have brand new lessons on the truth about what really happened in slavery, the truth behind the fall of Adam and Eve, marriage. Is there a curse within marriage that works against long-term relationships? We're going to talk about that. Creation of the universe. Who is Ahia? Satanists outright are telling you that Satan have many names. The God of Israel only has one name. Ahia is his name. Yahweh and the other gods are the gods the Egyptians worship. Okay? Yahweh is the God of the Shashu. The Shashu are Edomites who went to Mount Seir and aligned themselves with Satan. Yahweh, Jovi, Zeus. They're one and the same. Christianity, the Roman Catholic hand in the Immaculate Conception or deception. We're going to break it down and show you that the Christian church know exactly who Christ's father is. Plus, I'm talking about the Christian hierarchy. They have deceived you into worshiping Semiramis, the queen mother of heaven. Okay? The devil's mother. All right? Plus, more groundbreaking lessons on the secrets of the times, because we're in the last days, and the final judgment. You don't want to miss this academy, because who knows how many we have left. By doing this, you're helping to support the work so that we can do what? Take what we have and turn it into something tangible while there's time. To move it into something tangible for our people while there's still time. Please get in, support the work, and we do appreciate those who have been a part of the academy. Hold up. I'm going to open up the lines. Hit the like button, 515-605-9327. I think we got some more breaking news. Okay, I have that. That's fine. Let me call in Elder Gabar once more because he said he wanted to say one other point. Okay, Elder Gabar, I think I can put you on the screen now. One moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, you're on the screen. You said you wanted to come in for a moment?
Yes, I just wanted to just go over some announcements with regards of I Am Apparel, I Am Fit, and also the cell blocks.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I know people have been patiently waiting for the cell blocks. What we're looking to do, that's what you mentioned earlier about sewing, looking to volunteer. Right now, we only concentrated in particular in the PA location. So please contact me at iamapparelgabar@gmail.com. But if you hear, I'm also in the PA area by HQ, so you could either speak to myself or Bishop Amav, because we're going to need volunteers. And not only that, we're not only looking to do cell blocks, but also people have been asking about laptop also blocks or some form of packages we could also do for laptops, and those are going to be popular as well. So we're going to actually come up with those as well. So we're going to need some volunteers. We just want to have enough staff to cater to the upcoming orders. So that's coming soon. So just be patient with that. Also, I wanted to also make an announcement that I Am Apparel. Also, we have a direct line now that you could contact if you go to the I Am Apparel website. It says contact directly. There's a number, which is 267-580-5290. You can see that. You can get, go in, I Am Apparel, and you'll be able to contact directly. I'll pick up the phone. Bishop Ma will pick up the phone, or his wife will pick up the phone, and you could talk to us if there's any issues with any orders, or you want to make any last minute changes. Sometimes people may do a mistake and do the wrong shirt or the wrong size. You could call us directly. We could stop it and fix it right away. Also, I Am Apparel also have now a podcast called I Am Fit Podcast, and it's me doing different interviews, different discussion about fit. There is a competition that's been going on, and we have already 11 brothers that fit the competition, and there's 39 more shirts available. If you do the competition, which you go on the I Am Fit podcast, it will break it down into its totality on the podcast to promote fitness, wellness. Okay, we're also going to be doing one I Am Fit competition for the sisters. That's coming out soon. I'm going to bring my wife and my daughter. We're going to do a competition to make sure that sisters are also in fit as well. So check out the I Am Fit podcast. Is exactly how it's said. I Am Fit podcast. Like, subscribe, because that's going to be the place where we're going to be talking about fitness, positivity within the church. So please like and subscribe so we can start promoting that channel as well. Outside of that, just thank you for all the support that you guys has given I Am Apparel. It helps a great deal just to pay the bills within the church. Also, hire staff. I take great pride that we have members now that are supported to some degree by the business that we are able to create through the church. So we do. So thank you guys for always sticking through it, and all the shortcomings that we have gone through in regards of service. We do apologize, but now we have a direct number that you could call and you could talk to us, and we have a more connection. Many of the people that have been supporting the I'm Apparel, we know by first name. They know me by first name. So now you have a more direct line. You could call us if you have any issues. Which is that number. You could go online. So other than that, thank you for all the support you guys have been doing. Elder, beautiful, wonderful show. Many profound things was going on in D.C. I know there's callers because I spoke to the D.C. Deacon Shalimar in the D.C. and I told them to if there's any members within the D.C. body that have first-hand report, please call in. And I'm pretty sure that the people there are waiting to be called in. So I'm excited to hear what's going on within the D.C., but it's profound what's going on in the D.C. area that's never been done before. I mean, there's never, Congress, people breaking into Congress, and this is clearly the making of a civil war. But we as Christians, we as a follower of Christ, don't get involved.
Yeah.
Focus on the work, and then when it's time to shake our feet, or the dust off our feet, and move it to the next city, the elders will guide to do that. So don't get shook. But the people in D.C., I'm actually having an administrative meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock with the administration, and also I'm going to be coming on the Zoom on Friday just to make sure everybody's there safe and give a good word of encouragement. So with that, I yield, Elder.
Hey, Gabar, something you probably didn't know, and Elder Rawchaa he's been looking into and been dealing with aviation simulations, right? So Elder Rawchaa, he's like a jack of all trades. These little, these little quirky type of things that nobody like to get involved in. He'll just go and just master it. So
yeah.
So and we do have pilots within the church. So we pray that the Most High will help us and work with us. We're gonna have some, even if we have to private charter, even if we have to operate and raise money where we can put money down on something to have our own type of stuff when it comes to aviation travel. Of course, we can't afford to do what T.D. Jakes and all these cats does, but just to have something for the church, even when it comes to transportation. These are the things I'm praying for, that the Most High would open up for us to give us options so that, and there's many, hey, I'm receiving a lot of the messages, brothers and sisters. We have many people that have been following this church in high places. I mean, more than you would know, in high places. And People are coming out of the woodworks saying, you know, I do this and I work for this and I work for that. I heard your son was, you know, had a law degree and all that in defense and in criminal law and all that. When I put that out there, I had all these different responses from professional people in different, you know, in different areas of expertise that's needed right now. And I thank the Most High. That's what the Gathering of Christ Church is about. You know what I mean? It's gathering the elect to the elect. The Most High from the heavens is putting all the pieces together. Everything we need, when we need it, it appears. So I'm just saying, Elder Gabar, I appreciate you, brother, and everything you do. And what I didn't do, I didn't get the opportunity to do it. I'm going to go to the main page and make sure the main page subscribe to I Am Fit on the main page. So they'll see it there. And when they come there, automatically it'll drive traffic to I Am Fit. So, all right.
Man, thank you, sir.
So, yeah, we got to be healthy in these days because, hey, you don't want to be sitting there holding your knees, you know, and panting, you know, with the Chinese army on the hills. I tell you that right. Yeah, you know. Hey, you can turn around and give them a 2 or 3 piece. Boom, boom, bang. And get out. You know what we do. You know, just you jump in the back of the alley and go over a roof and it's all good. All right, Gabar. Thank you. I'm about to take calls.
Bless you.
Bless you. And there go Elder Gabar. All right. Praise the Most High. All right, we're going to open it up for calls. We're not going to be up here too long because obviously, Elder Lawya, what's going to happen eventually, and you know how it goes. What's going to happen eventually is what? Being that there's breaking news happening by the moment, there's a great chance that we'll pop in probably 2, 3, 4, 5 times before Saturday. So keep your ears to the ground, your eyes on this station, on YouTube, because right now, the left-right is tearing the country apart, so that now the union would be totally broken and destroyed. And through that, hey, don't wait for an invasion. The invasion already happened. They've already divided the country into 3 separate parts, and it's being broken down through colonies. So I can't go into the merchants of the earth today, but AC, let's title this Saturday's broadcast, Babylon the Great is falling. Babylon the Great, it's falling. And we're going into the merchants of the earth, the time we're living in which they would begin to squeeze all of the economy and the businesses. You got a perfectly big building, costs all this money, and now you got tents outside of your building, and people can't go in and have a nice warm meal without getting assaulted by someone holding a thermometer. Folks, what we're talking about, the destruction of businesses, is by design. It's by design. You shouldn't have a brick and mortar and all that money you put into it. Some people put in their last dime they have invested in their businesses. And all I had to do the whole time was get a gazebo outside.
Yep.
Man, listen. Babylon the Great, it's falling. Will be our broadcast Saturday right here. All right, Elder Lawya, you have anything to say before I open the calls? Let's open up the calls, and we're probably going to go for about 30 minutes and then break down because we'll be popping in all week. Okay, we're going to take as many calls as possible. Hold tight. 1 second.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
1 moment.
I'm sorry, but I did not hear you press at least 4 digits of your PIN number.
Let me move this so y'all, I know y'all gonna be hearing everything, so I'm not gonna move it so you all can't hear it. Hold on.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
Thank you for your patience. We're good now. We're live. Elder Lawya, if you can, just work the controls from that side.
Sir.
Right. Let's start off with the 754 and work our way down, and we'll get that one later. Absolutely. All right. 754 area code. Luciferian control over the earth. The secret satanic controllers are now tearing down America. What are you prepared to do? 754.
Melda.
Shalom, sister.
Shalom.
Your name and location.
This is Sister Mackenzie from Florida. I just wanted to say this. I work in an urgent care, and I wanted to bring out about the vaccines, also what Shapap was stating. It is true, Elder. The company that I work for, they have started rolling out the vaccines, and it has gotten so bad. I mean, the calls, we were so busy scheduling. It was so busy. The phones, we could not stop the phones. And it's sad because people are under a psychosis. These people, I had a doctor, she was freaking out because I guess it was New Year's Eve and we had to cancel all the appointments. And she's like, I'm going to come down there. I'll do it myself. People are going crazy for this thing. And I asked my manager, I said, okay, so, and people were asking whether it's Pfizer, whether it's Moderna. And I asked my manager, I said, okay, so what happens when all the first roll of set of people come in for the Pfizer and they have to come back 21 days later? What happens if you run out of Pfizer? So they have to take Moderna? And she says, yes. And I said, so isn't that, did he not mention anything about mixing the vaccines? And she said, well, that's not our problem. That's the company. Yep. And she said, that's the company's problem. And it's crazy because Moderna has a different time of which you have to come back for the second one. Pfizer is 21 days later and Moderna is 28. And a patient had asked me, and he made a valid point. He said, so I know I have to come back 21 days later. I mean, does it spoil? I said, sir, I don't know. Well, what do you think? I said, well, I'm not taking it, so I'm not sure. He's like, I'm just scared about it. I'm just like, why would you get it if you're? And he's like, I mean, these things, it's crazy. So as far as for me and what I'm doing, I try to be on guard. I try not to talk about it. My coworkers, they say they're not going to get it, but I try to be as low as possible, and I'm prepared for anything at this point. So I told my manager already, I said, listen, she's like, I don't think it's going to be mandatory. I said, okay. I said, and she knows, how I feel about this whole thing. And she says, well, if worse comes to worse, then, we do what we have to do. And I said, listen, I'll have my religious exemption. I do it with the flu shot. And she says, well, I'm hoping to do the same thing too because I don't want to take it. And I talked to my pastor. I said, sis, you already know how I feel about this. This is, you have to make some harsh decisions. We're going to have to make some decisions. I said, but that if they make this mandatory, then and I talked to my manager. I said, I will have to leave. And she said, well, I understand.
Well,
so I'm prepared to.
Well, sister, I don't need you to go. I don't need you to go real as of yet, because you working in the field makes you an expert in that area. So what I like to ask you is real quick. You said you use a religious exemption for the flu shot, and it worked. They didn't pressure you when you got your religious exemption for the flu shot.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, well, good. So that exemption is still there for you. Now, what I wouldn't put out there for them, because this is what they want, I wouldn't put out there, well, if I'm forced to do it, then I'm going to have to leave. No, you got to have you must have the liable high ground by having them fire you. So no, I'm not quitting the job because that's the pressure they're trying to put on you, and they'll replace you with someone who'll do it. The best thing to do is you can say, well, listen, I didn't do anything against my job description, and under the contract I was hired under. Okay, me receiving a medical procedure wasn't a part of my job description when I was hired. So if you're going to fire me for this, and I didn't do anything wrong as far as my job description goes, then fire me. But don't walk away. They're trying to put pressure on you to walk away to replace you for cheaper labor who'll do it. Let them fire you. Therefore, unemployment and all that gives you a cushion with the money you'll get in between to make moves. Okay? The greatest commodity outside of life isn't money, it's time. So if they're going to give you the free time to do what you need with that money could be the answer between one location or another. Okay? So no,
Yes, sir.
don't let them pressure you, because they're gonna press you to fire you so they can replace you. And now they're gonna say, well, you quit. I'm not responsible for your unemployment or all the perks you were supposed to get before the Code 45. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Got it.
thank you. Bless you, sister. And I'm glad that exemption is working. This is key information that
Water.
the Lord can give me. All right, let's go to the next one here. Our people are wide woke. Stay woke. 816 area code. Thank you, sister. 816. You can just hit the button. Just click. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, Elder, this is Sister Tamar from Kansas City, Missouri.
Bless you.
And I just wanted to, shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, I just wanted to say your discernment is spot on. Because I'm from Kansas City, you know, I know he is actually Reverend Emmanuel Cleaver. He is a pastor of a church.
A man
Here
and
in
a
Kansas
woman.
City. It's called St. James United Methodist.
Ain't that something?
Are you talking about the guy who was on the video? A man, a woman.
A man and a woman.
Wow.
I'm talking about Mr. A Man and A Woman.
And he said, then he said before that, the one God Brahma. Who the hell he's worshiping? Who the hell is he praying to?
Yeah, I was like,
Well, go on.
that's what they teaching over at the United Methodist now. But yeah, he is a pastor, and been one. I mean, for many years. He was actually the mayor of Kansas City.
He was the mayor, she said.
Prior to becoming congressman. But yeah,
He's
you
the son of the devil.
you was dead on that target, boy. Yeah, for real.
And I didn't say it.
Yep.
He's outright just saying Brahma. Brahma. A matter of fact, let's hear him again real quick. Thank you, sister. Thank you. I really appreciate it. All right, put on hold for 1 second. Let's hear what the black pastor got to tell the people. Do I have him, or did I lose him? I may have lost him. Yeah, he needed to be closed out. Talking about a man to an a man and an a woman. Let me get him one more time. Cleaver, pray. His name. A man and a woman. Let me get that. The son of Beelzebub. Let me see if I can pull him. Yeah, there he is right here. The son of the devil. There he is. Let me let the people check him out. There he is. Listen to him. I don't want to hear what you saying. Hold up. Right here. He said, a man and a woman. Hold on, I'm finding. Boy, I need. Where is it? Oh, yeah, I think this is him. There he is, right here.
Start your new year right with the Xfinity Hello 2021 sales event.
Not allowing that. Not gonna happen.
KCTV5's Leslie Aguilar spoke to Cleaver about the phrase that upset some people.
Right now, the House of Representatives is the most diverse it's ever. Stop them from being insane. Newt Gingrich.
Alike were coming up to me saying, thank you for the prayer. After I prayed, Republicans and Democrats.
That's him right there. He said, a man and a woman. Hold on, let me get it. Let me see if I can find him here. He said Democrats and Republicans were congratulating him on either side of the aisle for his prayer. Come on. What they scrub the internet with his prayer now? I just had it. The devil right here. I'll find it. Yeah, you know they're scrubbing the internet now. It was the first thing that showed. Oh, here you go.
Start your new year right with the Xfinity Hello 2021.
Check it out, brothers and sisters. Not now.
Countenance upon us and give us peace. Peace in our families, peace across this land, and dare I ask, O Lord, peace even in this chamber, now and evermore. We ask it in the name of the monotheistic God, Brahma, and God known by many names, by many different faiths. A man and a woman.
Satan. Wow. Talking about a man. They go Brahma right there. Your black pastor. He's, you're his constituencies, huh? You didn't know that your pastor in the Christian church was praying to this guy. A man and a woman. Brahma. Who the hell is that? I'm like, where's Christ at? They're not even saying Jesus anymore. Lord, have mercy. Let's get to the next call.
Moving on to the next call, we got 702 area code. 702, you're live on Blog Talk.
Shalom, how you brothers doing? Thank you for taking my call. I got a quick question. That say I don't have a TV and I just be watching y'all brothers from my iPad, and I was wondering if I want to get on to take the service on Sunday.
You mean the academy?
Class.
You mean
How
the
would
academy?
I be able to do it?
Yes.
The academy. Yeah, correct.
Well, if you have an iPad, many people use tablets. Only thing you would need to do is, once you enroll, check your email and follow the directions, and it will pop up on your tablet. Every device it works. Our academy can work with.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you for taking my call, brother.
No problem. Bless you.
Good looking out.
We'll see you Sunday.
Absolutely.
Bless
Shalom.
you.
All right.
All right. Moving on to the 281 area code.
281 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. A lot of sisters
Shalom,
calling
Elder. This is Pakian from Houston.
Shalom.
I was just calling because I had my supervisor to say in conversation to some other coworkers of mine today, and said that she went to the doctor to get the vaccine, and they told her because she had the COVID already that the vaccine ain't going to help her, but she can come back in a month and they'll give her the shot then. And I was just listening, and I'm like, that don't even sound like, that even sounds crazy. How the vaccine ain't going to help you when you already had the COVID, when they're supposed to keep you from getting the COVID again? You know what I'm saying? So I just kind of thought that was kind of odd. But I was also looking on YouTube the other day. Have you seen where they had that the China army is being chipped? They're putting in these military, in the military, they're chipping all their military. Have you seen that?
I heard about it. And a lot of foreign troops are doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and they were saying that.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I'm sorry, Elder. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And they were just saying on the news how they got over 2 million of them in their army already chipped.
Yeah, and let me drop this out. Let me drop this about the full 2 million, real quick. You with me? You listening? The full 2 million. They're gonna burn in hell. Okay, I want to drop that, but go ahead.
God, Elder. But that's what I was calling to say, and I'm going to be in the academy as well this weekend. So thank you, Elder Rawchaa and Elder Lawya. Thank you, brothers, for your labor and your work. And I love our elder and our brethren and our deacons in the Houston body. These brothers are on point.
Oh, yeah.
I am a constant obedient sister to those brothers' leadership. So the water for you, brothers. And I love you. Shalom.
Let me tell you, sister, I'm going to tell you, there's been a lot of shaking all over the earth, and finally we got the the right unit in that Houston body, and I hope you are ready, because everything
Wow,
we was talking, it was brothers that been in this ministry from the beginning there. So it must be for a reason that the people that traveled all around, that been all around the world with me, is there. So listen to those brothers.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I will, Elder. I'm not going nowhere. I'm in it to
bless you.
win it. I'm trying to get to the kingdom, Elder.
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom.
I'll talk to you soon.
Shalom.
Thank you for your support, sister. I'm gonna tell you,
Shalom,
man.
Elder.
I'm gonna tell you, they be dropping in these movies where you had the Night King running around and what was that thing? The Game of Thrones, the Night King, and he was walking around with the dead. They've been everywhere he went, the dead would follow him. This is what's going on. Talking about, let me tell you, we don't fear nothing they're doing. They gotta be out of their mind letting somebody shoot a chip up in them and that stuff. Listen, burn in hell, straight out. Okay, what's the next one? And a matter of fact, you got other people out there saying that they would line up for it, you know. And a matter of fact, listen, I'm a charitable brother, you know.
Absolutely.
And it's like this: you can have mine.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a 2 for 1. Hey, if you saying that it's okay? Listen, you can have my dose.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's next? They can get a lawyer's dose too.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 for 1. 971 area code. You know Gabar's sitting there laughing. 971 area code.
You live on Blog Talk.
Yeah, just hit the button. Just click it. Yeah, because it's not like the PCs. You just click it.
Yeah, you just tap.
You're used to the PCs. You can tap this one.
Hello.
971. Talk to us. You're live with the GOCC.
Hello.
You're live.
Hi, Elder. This is Xavier from Portland, Oregon.
Hey, how you doing, X-Man?
So I'm calling up here. Well, I'm actually transitioning back to Phoenix. I work for Amazon, and I connected with a brother down there, and I just wanted to know, because I've been watching you over a year, and I've been trying to tell my family and everybody about you guys. And is there anybody here in Portland, Oregon area? Because I kind of will feel guilty just leaving everybody behind, going back to Arizona.
Nah, see, but we don't want to open the lines for this right now, but we'll take down your number. We're going to keep things on the topic. Let me take down your number, and we'll have the West Coast elder contact you and let you know what we're doing for people on the West Coast in particular. Right?
Okay.
So the business we got tonight is the Luciferian control over the earth. Okay? Do you know people you think will take it?
Mm-hmm.
Satan
I
serum?
do. I already know. I know a couple of family members who want to take it. One's a lawyer. He doesn't know what's in it, and he actually went off on me and my mother for not wanting to take it. Talking about how we're all stupid. So that's kind of alarming.
Hey, listen.
Also,
listen. Listen. You can shame me all the way into heaven. That's another thing. People, this shaming stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, you stupid. Does that still work?
Listen, first of all, you should want to know what's in it.
Listen, I'm a lawyer. Listen, you're only smart in the area you've studied. So just because you went to school to be a lawyer, guess what? When I need a lawyer, I'll talk with you. I'm not going to talk to you about a vaccine. You simple as the days old. The whole thing is like this, okay? The wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High. And through the mouth of babes will he speak to his people. The more you know, the dumber you are in this society. Who want to brag about something they got under Esau's sick behind? I got an Esau certificate. Nah, that's dumb, smart people. It's nothing without the knowledge of God. Now, that education could mean everything if you choose the right side. That education now can come in handy for your people if you first stand on Christ and understand the kingdom of heaven. Now your gifts can be used. But guess what? You're gonna burn in hell with your degree if you get this stuff shot in you. So, a dumb lawyer. And a matter of fact, that lawyer, I wouldn't hire him. Okay? So, anything else you have to say? Right? The water, brother.
That's about it. That's it, Elder.
The water, brother. I appreciate it.
Shalom.
Let's go.
All right, moving on. We got the 986 area code.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. We got 408 area code. Again, 408 area code.
Yes, you're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Hello, Elder. I was just calling. First, my name is Nehemiah. I'm actually in D.C. right now.
Okay, what's going on over there? They're acting a fool.
Well, we've been advised to just stay in the rooms. I'm actually in the military. They haven't deployed us or nothing. I actually came into the truth like about 6 months ago, and I've been really studying this last month. But yeah, it's kind of ever since I came into the truth, being in the military, it's supposed to be a brotherhood, but honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I've been feeling like separate from everybody else, like kind of left out. But anyways, out here, it's actually really crazy out here from my window. I'm just hearing nothing but sirens all day while I was working, just news updates, notifications from the Pentagon, just be careful for your surroundings and all that. It's pretty crazy out here. And actually, I'm currently working on trying to get a religious waiver. If I could have one of the elders that's in DC to call me or just take my number down, get in contact with me later, that would be great.
Absolutely. So are you currently active? And you're in a room
I
over there?
active.
You're currently active in the room, and they told y'all to stay put. So stay put in case of what? In case of what?
Just some sort of retaliation against the military.
Well, we're going to keep that there. Let me get your name real quick. Oh, no, matter of fact, don't worry about it. I have your number. Don't put your name out there. I have your number. Don't want to do that. But we need you, brother. We need you for Christ's army. So I'll give you a call.
I actually did put my name out there in the beginning. But hey.
Don't worry about it. We'll edit. We'll fix that. Don't worry about it. But
all right, thank you.
Don't worry about it. We'll fix that.
Thank you.
I have your number. Don't worry about it, brother. We need you, and I'm gonna call you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Around, I'm not sure what time zone you guys are in.
Same time zone.
I don't know if we're in the same time zone.
Same as you, brother. You're only
anytime after 5. Anytime after 5 is good.
Well, you're only you're only a skip and a jump from where I am. Okay, so don't worry about it. We're that close. So, hey, brother, welcome. And it's deep. Like I told other people, I've been telling the other lawyer, there's people calling me from all different types of zones that you would never imagine. And I know the Most High is going to provide through all these components. And there's a lot of people been sitting listening for a while and been waiting for this moment and saying, well, what can I do? They're coming with it. They're part of the ministry for this time.
Absolutely.
Right? All right, next call.
All right, moving on to 917 area code. Again, 917 area code.
917.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, talk to us.
My name is Lena. I'm calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hey.
I wanted to share with you guys. My mom, she's a nurse. She's a CNA in the hospital. And it's just me and my mom. Really, this only family I really have, my son and my mom. And I share with her the videos and things that you guys share all the time. And she just gets a little discouraged, and it's almost like sometimes I have conversations with her and she'll tell me, well, I don't know if I should take the vaccination, and I'm trying to tell her and encourage her and, educate her on everything that's going on in this world, and and I don't know. Sometimes I feel like she will take it just because she doesn't want to be financially like something happened and she doesn't have any income. And it just makes me really sad because she's all I have, me and her. And I just wanted to share that with you guys. And also,
before you go into the also, how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. All right. Try this, sister, because I know you don't do this. The next time you're going to see your mother, is she there, or when she get off, you're going to see her, correct? Y'all live in the same house?
Yeah, she gets off at... No, she lives 30 minutes away from me.
Oh, okay.
I live like near the city, and she lives like in the country area.
Do she live by herself?
She's here most of the... Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she lives by herself.
All right. Y'all need to find a way close together. There's no time to be apart while they're telling everyone to stay in their homes, where they can mark you based on your phone and know exactly who they can go in it without resistance with. It's time to be together. If you and your mother is all you have, y'all need to find a way where y'all together. That's number one. There's no time to be alone, especially for a single woman. No, listen to what I'm saying, though. How to fix that is up to y'all. All right? But this is what I'm going to say. Outside of that, and then I'm going to give you the last word. Try this with your mother. Mom, we don't pray enough. We don't pray enough. So, Mom, before you leave work, do you mind if you can, if you're with her, say, can we pray together when y'all together? And say, Mom, before you go to work, can you call me or I call you and we pray before you go to work? Pray with her. Just do regular prayer. Our Father which art in heaven. And let me tell you, that alone is going to break the ice. Because this is something out of the ordinary. Something she would never expect to come from you. Not you telling her what to do or what you've seen on YouTube. Nah. A genuine care of, Mom, we need to pray together every day. There's so much stuff out there. We need to pray together. At that point, that's going to open up a trust you didn't think existed. She's gonna have you as a confidant before she make that decision because of it. Pray with her.
Yeah.
Because what happens? Okay. Listen, because what happens when two or more pray in the name of the Most High in Christ, when two or more come together under anything for what's right, Christ, the Most High, is in the midst of it. Where now the convincing is more so coming from the heavens, opposed to my daughter who, the same daughter diapers I've changed. See, you need help. The advice I can give you is the advice that gives you access to the God who's given us the information. And the only way to break through is with prayer. Okay?
Okay.
You have the last word.
Yeah, I'll try that. I'll try that because we really don't get along. Our relationship is really bad, and I really at times I don't even want to be around her because the relationship that I have with her is really toxic. And I have a son that I'm raising on my own, and I'm just more focused on, putting all my attention into him.
Mm-hmm. Well, take it one day at a time, sister.
And, try to...
Take it one day at a time. We're going to we'll get with you. We'll talk about you linking in with the church close to you. Are you in a church?
I am not. I tried reaching out to you guys to try to get linked up because, I don't have any family. I don't have any support other than me working and my mom, and she's really going against everything that I'm believing in.
Okay.
So.
All right, sister.
It's just me.
Okay.
And my son.
It's fine. Let me get your name.
Lima.
And hold on. I got your name. We got to get to the next call. I know you have more, but we have to talk outside of this. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but I do have to get the next call. But I'm gonna write down your number and the city and state again.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh yeah, we have someone right there. In NC. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have Bishop reach out to you, and we'll welcome you to the family, sister. Okay. Make sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, family.
Okay. Be looking for a call.
All right.
Be looking for a call before Friday. Okay. All right.
Okay. I will. Will
All
do.
right. Hold up. Before we get
All
to
right,
the next
thank
call.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Let me get her name again. Your name?
Lima.
Lima. Okay. I got it, Lima. Okay. Don't go to the next call yet.
Lema.
Lema. I got you, sister.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hold tight. Again, I want to put this out there, remind you all that the Academy is October 10th. You don't want to miss it. Hey, we got so much information that we can't even say on YouTube without the threat of being censored. So be there, support the work. You can go to historytimes.org. One moment. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. You are invited. Let's get the next call. HistoryTimes.org. Get in. You don't want to miss it based on everything that's going on in the earth today. Be there. Okay. It's quite cheap to be a part of it for 3 months. Okay. Let's go.
Next, we have the 507 area code.
Good evening, Shalom, Elder Shalom.
Shalom, you're live.
I have a couple of things I wanted to say to let everybody know. One being that there is 7 versions of this coronavirus. I can't see where it is right now to let you know. Oh, here it goes. This is what they are. The 229E, which is a alpha version. NL63, which is an alpha version. OC43, which is a beta version. The HKU1, which is another beta version. They have the MERS, MERS-CoV, which is a beta virus that causes the Middle East respiratory syndrome. Then they have the SARS, which is a beta virus, and that causes severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. Then they have the SARS-CoV-2, which causes the COVID-19. Now, with this COVID-19, there is currently 3 strains going around. The first strain which is causing havoc right now. The second strain is now located it started here in the UK. It is now in the US in Colorado, California, Florida, New York, Georgia, and they said they think it's possibly in Michigan.
Well, sister, you got to get to it.
Third strain.
Sister, listen, we can't go down everything you're reading. Let's get to it.
No. I'm getting to it. I'm almost done with it. The third strain that they have unleashed it in Africa now.
But sister,
Okay.
hold up, sister. Oh. Because you're bringing some information according to what they're saying that cannot be confirmed. This is what's just out there, right?
This is what the CDC is saying.
Oh, yeah. So, the CDC is controlled by Bill Gates and others who have So listen.
Yes,
so
sir.
this is what I'm saying, though. If you believe any of it, you'll fall for all of it. We don't care about, all due respect to you, we apologize, but we don't care about what they're saying about that because we know that they're scaring people to get the stuff. That's why they putting out all the variants and all that. And
exactly, and that's my point. That's my point. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because now Bill Gates and his wife are saying that they feel that the black people and indigenous people should be the first ones to get this vaccination.
And we're saying that.
Why?
We're saying that, but we're saying,
that they're making up.
No, but we're saying the whole Gates regime and their daddy need to be the first to get it. That's what we're saying. And
Exactly. That's just what I'm saying. And then in that, they're trying to make people get these vaccinations, and they're saying with all of these viruses that they have out, the COVID 1, 2, and 3 strains, that you take the one shot and then you wait 28 days later and get the second shot. But now with the third strain, they said the jab that they're giving out is not working against the third strain, so they're going to have to come up with something else. But this is the thing. When they give you these vaccinations, it's not just a one-time thing. You have to get it every year. Okay. And then they're going to make you get it with the flu shot.
Okay, well, this is what we know.
I'm not taking it, so they're not giving me anything.
Thank you, sister. We're going to place you on hold. Thanks for the report. This is what we know. They have a lot of body bags ready. Okay? They have a lot of body bags. So how you get to the body bag is up to what you choose. But all that, whether or not there's going to be 2 or 3 injections, you might not make it past the first one. So who cares how many there is? Right now, we know there's a concentrated targeting on the veterans now who are already dealing with post-traumatic war syndrome that they diagnose as that, which is really effects from the anthrax jabs they've gotten overseas with mental issues and all that. So we look for, hopefully the Most High will bless their soul, but look for a lot of veterans, to cross over, and whoever they target next to cross over. Don't believe anything you are seeing. Believe God, believe the Bible. If you believe in it, I don't care what the CDC is saying. They're not the Most High. I could care less of what they're saying. I understand what eugenics is, and I understand that they've always attacked our people through the healthcare system. Okay, now, I mean, you'll be the person where what year it is. You're the guy, 1605, where a white dude comes to shore and say, I need you to get on the ship. There's a party on board. I'm not the one. We have goodies right down. You just go down the steps. Oh, those chains, don't worry about it. Those chains are so we can rattle. They're instruments. I'm not the one 1605 getting on the ship because Massa or the pirate that owns the ship is claiming there's a party there. So I don't care what Esau is saying. Here it is. How can something in Wuhan, China, end up concentrated in all the major cities within the United States where my people live? Does that make any sense to you? Let's get the next call.
Yes, sir. Before we get the next call, we got some breaking news just said. I want to thank Brother Reggie for sending this. And this was posted on Twitter 6 hours ago. Okay? You can go ahead and read it and show the people there.
No, I'm not. It's good. At least they're going into looking into it and all that. But listen, that's a time. Listen, I could have been learning a new precept. And all due respect. Bunch of liars out there. Okay, we have breaking news. a group of what appear to be members of the Black Israelite extremist group have arrived at Congress with clubs. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, they're going to bring out every group and his mama. Are you kidding me? Oh, Lawya, this is...
Sound like Halloween over there.
Are you... And you know what? These are not Black Israelites at all. These are some people just running around. They got garbs on them with masks and sticks. These are not Israelites, folks. These are some people with sticks. And if they are Israelites, they out of their mind. Maybe he's one of the top guys. Maybe it's a general going to get some Satan serum over there.
I don't know which group it is. You know, you got guys, you can see a few of them have fringes on. And,
look at the pictures.
See, but sometimes, I'm going to tell you, but sometimes people go out there.
Yeah, and that's the point I was getting to.
Sometimes people go out there, Elder Lawya,
yeah.
you can pick it up.
Yes, sir.
To actually be seen.
Yeah.
Here's my moment because no one know who I am as an Israelite. I seen a guy get off his pickup and start with his phone prophesying on YouTube. I'm gonna show you what the Most High say. He got out of his pickup and he's looking around. I'm like, what the hell is this? In a parking lot somewhere. In the midst of what they call a pandemic. But I digress. May the Most High bless their soul. Go ahead, Elder Lawya.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what group this is, so I'm not going to put a label, a name on who they are. You know, in the pictures, you do see the garments, the fringes, mitris, and things of that nature. But it's just a reminder, as the elder was stating, many times when these events take place, you have people who go out there who think that they are somehow getting in front of it. They're being seen. They're part of the action. They're prophesying. They're doing the Most High's work, not realizing that just being out there sometimes, you put yourself in the mix of something that, later can and will be used against you. So sometimes it's best just to stay away from, as Elder Kabar mentioned earlier, stay away from it. Okay, we watch this from afar, let this thing play out, and we're going to sneak through the back door. That's how we play this.
Yeah, I mean, it's no time to get your moment as a free extra within their theater. Here it is. They can't pay. They can't pay for this. We're volunteering ourselves as actors within Satan's play, free of charge. Like someone said earlier, this sounds like a Hollywood script.
Yeah.
I go, no. Oh my goodness. Let's get the next one here. The next call.
Moving on to the next one, we got the 561 area code.
I tell you, it goes back to that, man. There's a party at the bottom of the ship. But the girls they're already there.
Shalom, elders.
1605. Let's go.
Shalom.
Shalom, elders. Good afternoon. I was looking on towards getting baptized under your church. I'm currently in Florida, in the Florida area, and I've been in tune with the GOCC YouTube church, not really like church, but my bad for wording it wrong. But I've been trying to get baptized with you guys, emailing you guys and everything. But I know you guys been busy and everything, so I wanted to know how can I go about that.
How old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
23. And what part of Florida?
No, 22. I'll be 23 in July. Oh, I'm in West Palm Beach.
West Palm. Okay. Yeah, we have some people out there. Let me have your name.
John, John.
John, okay, I'm going to give you a number to the southern region, and you'll have a call no later than Monday. All right?
All right, thank you very much, because the Most I've been, he been giving me, awakening moments and everything, and I've been trying to enlighten my people, but I get ignored sometimes, and sometimes, most people listen to me, but, I'm trying to get under a church, under a body, like you said, so.
Okay, well, I have your number, John. You'll be, what's his Hebrew name? Yohanathan?
Yohanathan, yeah.
You already have a Hebrew name. John means Yohanathan in Hebrew. So, Yohanathan. Yohanathan.
All
right, so we'll be talking to you soon.
I appreciate it, man, for real.
Right, brother. Yohanathan. That's strong.
All right.
All right, brother.
All right, thank you.
there any pictures of them actually doing anything?
No, they just walking with sticks.
Yeah.
Now, who? Maybe they walk past there all the time on their way speaking somewhere.
Yeah.
But it takes one of these Amalekian Satanists to take a picture and say, guess who showed up?
Exactly.
We got the black Israelites showing up. And they probably walk down that street every week.
Right.
On their way to a corner somewhere. I mean, it's like...
Well, it's best just to let's just stay out the way, man.
Yeah.
And they probably would end up defending themselves with something.
Yeah.
And they'll flip that to be, okay, they had some bats trying to attack.
And you know, listen. I grew up UPK from, even though I'm glad the Most High delivered me from that madness, from the school of UPK to the church of UPK, and I know one of these moments I can sit around. It's one thing waiting for the spaceships to come, right? And that didn't 2000. That didn't go down. So you looking at that? Yeah, don't worry about it. We got 3 more minutes. But I can see even when I was up in that as a young man, I can see me getting with a brother and say, "Yeah, let's go and see Esau's kingdom just fall and blow. I want to witness this. The Most High is doing this and doing that. Man, let's just go and check out Esau just going against each other." I can see me doing that in my early 20s. Just to be a spectator and revel in the fall of Esau in the midst of all of that, not realizing I'm now being pulled into the narrative. Because they have these conversations. I mean, I've been a part of them. But this is, right now, is not a time to be a part of their theater. Like you were saying, Elder Lawya, it's best to be a spectator right now. More so on the outside, and don't get engaged in it at all. Like those prophecies we talking about, those signs of the end. We're not supposed to be caught up in it. The commotions.
Exactly.
The commotions. You're not supposed to be out there and be like, well, no, that's Satan's storm right there. If I'm in it, I'm in it. And now Esau, the Amalekian demons out there taking pictures. Oh, we got some black Israelites that we can make a part of the narrative. Okay? It's probably just the media. These people probably didn't mean any harm. They were just walking up the street and the devil took a picture.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take one more call. Yeah, lay low like the brother or the sister said there. Lay low.
You want to take next?
Yeah, let's take 210. Let's take this one. Let's look a long distance one there down at the bottom. Yeah, that long distance. You're calling from another country, so I want to hear your perspective.
Right, 233 area.
233 country, whatever country code you're in.
Yeah, country code.
Yeah, I got it. There you go.
Yes, I'm calling from Ghana.
You're calling from Ghana. Talk to us. Give us some info.
Yes, my name is Steve. It's a pleasure talking to you, elders. I've been following the church for the past 8 years. I just completed my first academy and hoping to get into the next academy. Yeah. My question is, I have not heard of a GOCC branch in Ghana yet. And I want to know whether the church has plans of setting up in Ghana.
In Ghana.
My other question, yes.
Go ahead,
my other question is, I was baptized in the Christian church at the age of 11. But now that I'm in the truth, I need to be baptized in the name of Yeshua. In case GOCC doesn't get to Ghana, will my baptism still be valid? This is my question, please.
Absolutely, will your baptism be valid? And I'm glad you're going in because we're ending it with what can we do in the midst of this confusion not to get caught into it. And baptism is one of those things. Be baptized, receive the Holy Spirit. Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, where's his number at? Did he disappear?
Yeah, like he dropped off. Yeah.
Oh, the brother dropped off. I'm sorry. He just dropped off. He's calling from Ghana. But don't worry about it, brother. Don't worry about it. We'll set it up where we'll help you with the baptisms over there. Because we do have brothers in those areas who can come into Africa and help you with the baptism until we get there. So call back. Use the 215-253-4448 number. Leave a message, and we'll get your baptism done as soon as possible to get that thing going for you, okay? All right. Let's take the 707 and then, yeah.
Back to the top.
Yep.
All right. 707 area code.
Hi, this is Sister B from California.
Someone says Elder,
Can
y'all
you hear
miss
me?
me every week. Well, straight cat, straight like cat. Give me the area code of your phone number. Straight cat, whatever it was. Give me the area code of your phone number, and I'll go directly to your call. Go ahead, sister.
Hi, so I just had a quick comment about anybody who's on the fence about the vaccine. I'm an in-home caregiver, and I work closely with nurses. And actually, one of my clients' daughter has been a doctor for 25 years. His nurse actually called to see if he wanted to get vaccinated, and his other daughter immediately came downstairs and said, "We're not doing anything because my sister has concerns about the vaccine." So a doctor of 25 years has concerns about it is a red flag in itself. I mean, it's only been 8 months, 9 months since they've been developing it. I don't understand why people are in a hurry to get this thing. But if doctors are shying away from it, she doesn't want her father to get it. I think that's enough. That's enough revelation in itself.
Okay, well, thank you, sister. Thank you for your input. I hope brothers and sisters are listening. Thank you,
All right.
sister. Bless you. And I want to say this. I want to say this, especially in the chat, because I know sometimes people get a little loose in the chat. Let me tell you. All due respect, Elder, we're Israelites and we're not black. I don't understand our people. Why is there a need to try to correct everything that comes from someone's mouth? Why is there a need for that? As if I don't know we're Israelites.
Right.
But everyone that listened doesn't know we're Israelites. There's thousands of people here. So the Bible says there's wisdom in being able to be all things to all men so that you can gain a few. So if I say black sometimes, I say Israelites on time, it's on purpose. Because I know not only Israelites are falling on to this platform, this worldwide platform, who can only identify as black. So I'm a teacher. And as a teacher, I have to understand the demographic of those that Christ says, he told the disciples, I'm going to send you out. He says, put down your nets and I'm going to make you fishers of men. So when someone goes out to fish, and my father used to take me fishing, you would use the bait based on how deep or how high you want your hook to be to get a specific catch. So if you're an Israelite over here, I can't use the same bait to go all the way down to the person that may only understand us as being black. If I use Israelite bait with all what's online, black people are going to say, okay, by default, you might be one of these radicals that I see isn't in the spirit of Christ and God, cursing people out, and by default, close their computer or stop listening. So understand, when a teacher is teaching, it's a broad audience he's teaching to. And let's get out of this thing where there's a need to correct everything that comes out of someone's mouth. It's not becoming. Okay? Yeah. Be all things to all men, that you will gain a few. Sometimes you'll say an Israelite, and because of 90% of what they find online is against what Christ is teaching, you can say Israelite and turn someone off from the truth. Don't you know that? Mm-hmm. So I'm just putting it out there. Stop this with that need to correct people and need to show that, like I don't know that. Right. You need to tell me that we're Israelites, not black people? Come on, man. It's
like the person who you teach the dietary law to. They come to your house and eat and ask you what type of meat you got on the table.
Yeah.
Like, I taught you the dietary law. Don't you think I would have enough sense not to put pork on the table, but you ask, what type of meat do you have on the table? That's like asking us or telling us that.
It trips me out. Everyone has become just heavenly connoisseurs. we teach them the name of the Most High, and they respect us and say, yeah, we got the name. Right. And they be like, well, yeah, we'll take this because you really didn't have nothing to do with this. Y'all off, y'all wicked, y'all evil, in the name of the name that was taught by y'all. Right? It's like there's no appreciation, no gratitude. The Most High give us the time and break down the time and all that to get the calendar together so that we're all on the Sabbath together. And you have people after we go into it say, well, no, that's wrong. Where were you? You didn't tell the people that dealing with the Gregorian calendar they were wrong. You were setting your dates according to the Gregorian calendar. You didn't tell the Jewish people that their holy day was wrong. And they were dealing with Babylonian days. Israelites or anyone else, but you're going to focus on us who actually gave you the days the Most High said we should worship. Just so that you can have a need to be right, to show that you know something. There's other ways of getting recognized than shooting the messenger or coming against those who've been sent to help you. There's other ways. But you know, it's only our people. One thing about the other nations, they don't have to step on someone to be recognized. They don't feel a need to, let me step on you so that I can be seen too. They can listen to your perspective, even if they agree or disagree and say, well, okay, I don't agree with that. They won't even say they disagree or agree. They'll find something they agree with to add to their understanding. So that the conversation for them isn't a waste of time. So that, because you're a waste of time going back and forth. We'll look for something to debate or argue with. They'll listen for something to add to their understanding that will make them better people.
Absolutely.
That's the difference between a cursed people and everyone else. Oh yeah, they did introduce the name. Well, isn't it a stumbling block that you out here using the name that the Most High gave them to teach you, saying that they're evil, they're wicked, they're this, they're that? Oh, well, you know, that stuff like logic and common sense really don't matter. Don't you know we're the cursed seed of Israel? We're supposed to kill each other. You know that? This is why we was in the bottom of slave ships. You know, that's how it goes. Black people ain't supposed to free us. They don't have applications. They don't have jobs to give me. They don't have applications to give me jobs. That's what goes down. No gratitude. But it's okay. Because why? It's coming to an end. It's coming to an end. All of it. And I can't wait. Yeah.
I would say, meanwhile, the other nations are drinking.
Yeah. They want to talk about black, Israelite, this, that, the other. Find a way to just to disagree, agree. And guess what? Hey, the Trump supporters are shooting black targets right now. You can't find no ammunition because they have it. They have it. They training. And while we talking about I got this and I got my thyroid, I got this, that, the other, Esau is running with no shirt on right down in the cold, doing push-ups with rocks in his pocket. Dead red, he putting rocks in his pocket for weight. And it's nighttime and he's running and letting the damn branches cut him and everything just to do it. So you can sit there and play around if you want. Let's get one more call. Let's get some sunshine up in here.
The person mentioned, they didn't mean any harm by it, and we understand that. But we have to correct and deal with some of how we address and
yeah. See, we have to put it out there not to attack you.
Right.
And see, this is what's wrong with this politically correct world, that everyone get offended with everything. We're putting it out there because you may not mean any harm, but if we don't say anything about it, people get liberal and believe that they can do the same.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm booting people out the chat all day for the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to address the mindset.
Yeah, I need y'all to respect the fact that as a teacher, we must do what? We must cast a wide net.
Absolutely.
Knowing that the majority of people that fall on this don't know anything about Israelites. Okay? So I apologize. We didn't mean to offend you, or make an example of you, or whatever the case is. But it's time, it's time to put away that whole thing where we have a need to correct everything.
All right, last call. We got I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sunshine, come on in.
Last call, we got the 340 area code.
Cut down your headphones. Now it's about to jump.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
How you doing?
Shalom, Elder. Shalom, hi.
How you doing?
Oh, Elders, hi. Hello, hi. Shalom, Elders. I was shalom. I was just thinking that this confused stupor is definitely here. I mean, at the post office the other day, I motioned to someone to say hello, and immediately they closed the car door, pulled up the windows, and locked it. It looked like a very fearful moment for them, and it was like.
Oh, sister, repeat that again.
Repeat what happened.
I was at the post office and I motioned hello to someone, and just right away they closed the car door, they pulled up the windows, locked it, and they were just like staring at me the whole time. They looked so afraid. And, it's a moment of absurdity for those that can see. And this is just basically the emblem of how most people are operating right now in this world. It's so clear. Like when you were talking earlier, with the love of many waxing cold, we can't hug anymore. We must refrain from embracing, and we can see how this whole thing is unfolding and manifesting in real time from this either manufactured or whatever is out there, this contagion of the COVID-45 virus and the uncertainty with the government and everything and everyone in a frenzy, just spinning our wheels in hysteria and delusion. And we can see the breakdown of order into chaos, which is what they want, the hopelessness. Either people they don't want to hear it, or the truth, they don't want to hear it, or they're in a haze and can't receive anything logical or true. And it's literally like walking around in a crowd of people who are just feeling around crying in the dark. But it's like what you were saying, Elder, earlier, because it's like the filthy who is filthy, let him be filthy still, and who's righteous, let him be righteous still. So it's becoming more and more apparent as the walls are just closing in on us. Those who desire wickedness and don't want to put down sin are cleaving on one side, and we can see this season with the chipping and everything, all the physical and biological and spiritual attacks. And then those who seek righteousness or the kingdom of heaven are cleaving on the other side, on the right side. And because the news is not reported like it should by the talking heads in the U.S. or elsewhere, no one's clear about what's going on in our country or in this country or anywhere. And it's like no one fully knows, even, who's being maltreated or abused, or it's all under a fog of confusion all around the world, even in the Americas and elsewhere. But this is why it's so important, like you were just saying, this was on my spirit, to appreciate and give double honor to the teachers of the word. For we wouldn't know the truth or anything if our teachers weren't sent. So I'm grateful to the Most High for my teachers that watch for our souls in this church. And our people are the best way to learn for me, my family, to learn this from me, I know it is through the Academy, which is a wonderful platform, that Hebrew and Bible Academy. And for me, it's home. And there's no place like home, elders. And through my family staying and praying and watching together and learning in the Academy, we continue in hope and prepare. And so that's all I want to say. I'll be in the next one and the next one and the next one because I just can't get enough of home. Praise the Most High.
Sister,
Praise
thank
the
you.
Most High.
And I'm going to tell you
Bless
this.
you, Elder.
Bless you, sister, and thank you. And it's good to know that the work is
Bless
appreciated.
you, bless you.
And I'm going to tell you, Elder Lawya, I kind of had some level of withdrawals, waking up early in the morning on Sunday and didn't know what to do with myself. I'm like, it's Sunday. I was supposed to do something. But, man, just being off 1 week, Elder Lawya, it feel like we didn't do the Academy in a month.
Yeah, it does. Seriously.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yo, let's hit the ground running this Sunday. Shabbat, I know he's ready, read up, and my eyes are to the, man, let me tell you, I'm on what's going on in the Capitol. This is their last event before they begin to dismantle the whole country. Okay? So stay tuned because we may just pop up out of nowhere in the midst of what's going on. Okay, so stay tuned. I really believe the military, the National Guard, and all that, these are events to put them in place, but really these are the distributors of the vaccines all throughout the United States. Everything else just events. This event under the emergency is the cover. Because under the Emergency Act, you can now circumvent posse comitatus, in which you're not supposed to have a standing army operating on a free soil. Okay? So I believe they're putting the military in place so they can now roll out, because what they're going to do with the healthcare workers and people like that, when they take this stuff, it's going to be many of them coming down sick and all that and going to be replaced by military. I'm going to tell you, the hospitals and doctors will be replaced by military. So I believe we're in the first phase of that by implementing the military on, home soil, waiting to be deployed for whichever order given by whichever president. And who knows, once the union split, you may have one on one area and another president on the other side. Let's see. 404 area code. I know Christ is going to stomp everybody out. I know that. 404 area code. Let's go.
Elder Rawchaa, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You said yes. I think, were you in the chat? Oh, you're straight light who? Straight like that. I'm sorry. Every week I miss you, brother. I apologize. I got you now. Talk to us.
You're very busy, so I understand. It's no problem.
All right, the floor is yours.
I'm calling. I'll keep it real quick. I know you got a lot of stuff to do. So I am in the Atlanta area. I sent out several emails to the church here inquiring about baptism. So that's one of the main things. And then I heard you a couple of weeks ago talking about, I think it was maybe on an old video. I watched so many of these GOC videos going all the way back to like 9-8 years. You mentioned something about
the blue paper. Yeah.
People who would like to excel rather into actually teaching.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like Jeremiah, where he said he got the fire in his bones for teaching his word. I study all the time. Like when I get off the stream with you all, I'm not just, getting off the stream and then going back, cleaning up the bathroom. I got these books in front of me, going over this information until the next stream day is. You see what I'm saying? So I do this constantly. But I'm definitely looking to get linked up with somebody in my area. And I kind of wanted to be able to have a talk with you and tell you a little bit more about my personal situation and what's going on. Because I understand everything that you say clearly. A lot of things that you teach to the congregation, a lot of people don't know, but I'm following you. Like everything that you talk about, I either already know about it or I heard something about it. So I'm right there with you. Okay. And I feel like it'll be helpful for me and for the church too. And then there's also a lot of people that look up to me that I know personally, that I know if I send your video to them, they won't necessarily pay attention. But if they see me, I'm like, bro, this what's happening, they might give it a second look.
Okay.
So
right.
I'm interested. I'm going to be in the academy also this coming up Sunday on the 10th.
Okay. Well, brother, we have your number. Let me have your name again.
My first name is Rashad.
Say that again.
Rashad, I'll spell it for you. It's R-A-S-H-A-D. That's correct.
And you are in ATL, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Rashad. No, we're going to reach out to you and get this thing working. I mean, hey, you were born for this moment. If the fire's in your belly to do this truth, hey, there's no better people to do it than with us right now. So, hey, let's do it. All right, so I got you. I have your number. I'm going to pass it over to. You sent them? Yes, sir. You got them? You sent them all? Yes, sir. Okay, well, Elder Lawyer's already on it. He sent all of those, all the numbers I have. You dealt with it?
No, sir.
Here's all the numbers for the South.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is Lima. This is Rashad. And that's John.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, those are the numbers. Okay, and the brother from Ghana called us back, and we'll set up a baptism for you. Well, thank you, brother. Now, we'll speak with you. You'll have a call no later than Monday. All right?
Please do. And you all be careful. And I want to thank you for everything that you do. And all praise go to the Most High.
Thank you, brother.
Okay.
Welcome to the gathering.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm glad to be.
All right. I'm sorry about that, but this conclude our broadcast as they break up Babylon as the Bible prophesied. Now, stay tuned for Saturday when we go into this Sabbath. Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. The merchants are crying. That will be our broadcast Saturday. They're going to break things down, and I hope you all are ready for the next phase. Keep in mind, many shall fall, 10,000 on one side and 1,000 on the next. But none shall come nigh thee. Speaking of death, we're going to see a lot of people falling in this day, folks. Do not get caught up. Do not get drawn out, and do not bow to the beast. Okay? Let's get the last scripture, Elder Lawyer, for what the people can do. Repent and be baptized for the remission of sins. Then after that, I'm going to digress, get something to eat, and get ready. I'm going to have of course, our eyes is on the news to see how all of this unfolds. I thank all the elders, Shapat overseas, Elder Gabar on standby, all the elders, deacons, all the bishops, all the support we have with our wives and the sisters and all the people who've always supported this work. You were born for this moment. And we've come too far to turn back now, because you know what? Really, there is no options at this point. America is done as we once known it. Embrace that and prepare for the kingdom to come. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Just two quick ones. Acts chapter 2, verse number 38.
Yes.
Then Peter said unto them, Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Yeshua the Anointed, for the remission of sins, or Jesus Christ, for the remission of sins, and ye shall receive the gift of the Holy Spirit.
You shall receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. That's the Spirit that unites us all as one. Come on.
The book of Acts chapter 3, verse number 19. Repent ye therefore and be converted, that your sins may be blotted out, when the times of refreshing shall come from the presence of the Lord.
Exactly. So we want these sins from present going backwards to be blotted out with the opportunity towards the kingdom. And it doesn't matter if you've been listening to this since the ministry began, or you've just come in at the last hour. Because why? Brothers and sisters, at the end of the day, we will all receive the same penny. We're all just working to get in. Guess what? The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Doesn't matter how long. If you just woke up, change and be a part of Christ's kingdom. With that, I'm Elder Rawchaa along with Elder Lawya. Thank you, Elder Lawya, for assisting us tonight.
Yes, sir.
Real time as they dismantle America. And the same time America is falling, Israel is rising. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Zion. Shalom.
Shalom.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, the highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.